All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast. Welcome back to everybody who tunes in weekly. Welcome to anybody who is new here to the channel. Appreciate you guys waiting patiently. Was running just a few minutes behind schedule. Not a big deal. Had to make sure I was able to get my coffee ready. That's really what did it. That seems to be what does it frequently. So I think maybe if there's anything to learn here is that I should probably start, getting my coffee ready, sooner than I usually do, because it always takes longer than I think. But yeah, thank you guys so much for waiting patiently for the show to start. As I say every week, it's always cool to see people kind of filing in and getting talking amongst one another and hanging out, getting settled in. Especially knowing that usually the podcasts are pretty long. So I'm sure many of you have noticed by this point that I have changed my camera angle a little bit. I think it's a better camera angle than the one I was using previously. So hopefully you like it. Saying you love my shirt. Yeah, thanks. I've had this shirt for a while. I think it's actually an Under Armour branded shirt. I have a few Under Armour shirts, not a lot. But I've always loved Under Armour. I mean, it's expensive clothing, but it feels really good. You could tell like the material they use is the good stuff. So yeah, this is actually like an Under Armour Batman shirt. We can, yeah, there it is. So it's one of my favorite shirts. See, sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat here, seeing what you guys are saying. I actually forgot to pull it over here, so let me do that now. Let me unpin my chat here, and then I'm going to give you guys a rundown of what we're going to be discussing over the course of this podcast episode. We have a lot to talk about. Irfan, you're saying that PlayStation logo is nice. Thank you. Yeah, I just recently got that. It's actually a light. I don't know if I want to... Actually, I don't think I have it plugged in. Let me see here. Yeah, it's not plugged in now. Maybe I'll plug it in next stream. It does light up. I don't know that it'll need to be lit up right now, though. Actually, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, so it has like basically two modes here. One mode goes from like white to blue back to white, and then the other mode, it just stays white the whole time. So I don't know, maybe I'll just leave it on this mode, let it go back and forth. But yeah, I recently picked it up because I saw that it was on sale, and I'm like, I think that would go pretty good in the background. So for some reason though, as far as I'm aware, I can't just make it blue. It goes from blue to white back and forth. So just leave it like that. Glad you noticed though. Okay, yeah, so I got a couple super chats here. This will be a good time for me to, before getting into the topics that we're going to discuss over the course of this episode, just letting everybody know some ways you can help support the podcast. As I always say, just being here, watching the content, whether you're here live watching the entire show, watching a portion of the show, finishing it later, or if you're somebody who just happens to catch the podcast later on, being here means the most, right? People watching, that's the most important thing. So thank you for that. If you want to take it an extra step, just hit that like button. YouTube's algorithm does care about how many likes a video or stream gets. That determines how much it's going to push it out to new people. So if you want to help grow this community and grow the podcast, hit that like button. If you want to go above and beyond and really support what I do here in a bigger way, you can do so by donating a super chat. I say it every week, and I'll say it as long as it continues to be true. I simply could not what I do here in the way that I do it without your direct support. I am fan funded, so if you are able to donate a super chat, if it's within your means and it's something you would like to do, please consider doing that. They're greatly appreciated. And you can also consider becoming a channel member. Big shout out to all of my channel members. I will say something I haven't been doing I noticed the past couple of podcast episodes is I have not been giving my shout outs that are due to specific channel members. So I'm actually going to do that now. We have the Play Has No Limits Plus tier. I want to give a big shout out to Agile Ice 24, Chris B, PlayStation Pete, Padsy, Pragmaticat, Skin Tight Salmon, Nakabichi, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, Whiskey Gaming, RE46 N2 Ray, and Josh Z. Then we also have the Play Has No Limits tier. A big shout out to Sim Particle, Zanarkand Blitzer, Jeffrey Luttrell, Sir Speaks a Lot, Michael McCon, Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Kevin Kahan. I have Zanarkand Blitzer here twice for some reason. JDTV, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, and Black Manta 1989. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. And if you are a member currently in the Play Has No Limits Plus tier or the Play Has No Limits tier and you didn't hear your name, don't worry, it updates on a monthly basis, so your name will be there all throughout the entire month of April. So again, apologies for not doing my proper shout outs on a weekly basis, but I certainly appreciate every single one of my members and everybody who continues to support the channel and the content. So thank you guys so much. Now, with that being said, I'm going to let you guys know some of the topics that I plan to discuss over the course of this episode. One of the first things I want to talk about is what I've been playing. That is Resident Evil 4 Remake on PlayStation 5. This is a game that I assume many of you are playing as well. It's a game I've eagerly been anticipating, so I definitely want to take some time out during the course of this episode to talk about my thoughts on it, talk about my experience with it, and let you know some things I've come across on the PS5 version specifically. So we'll definitely talk about that. We're going to be talking about Spider-Man 2. We have a leak. That's honestly, it's kind of funny the way it happened. And there were, to be honest, with Spider-Man 2, there were two distinct things that happened this week. One was definitely a leak. We learned something about Spider-Man 2 that we certainly weren't supposed to know about yet. And the other was something that people thought was a leak, but it turns out it was actually incorrect. And a lot of it had something to do with the story. So there isn't any spoilers or anything. It seemed like it was a spoiler until, it was confirmed that actually, no, that was just basically a mix-up with the marketing of a certain product. So we're going to talk a lot about Spider-Man 2. I also just want to talk about the general excitement for PlayStation first party in 2023, kind of evaluate, knowing that Spider-Man 2 is pretty much the only first party game we know about. How are we feeling about Sony going into the remainder of 2023 now that the first quarter of 2023 is coming to an end? We're at the end of March going into April. What do we expect, right? Does Sony have more planned to release for the rest of the year? I want to have that conversation. We're going to be talking about Silent Hill 2. We haven't heard too much or seen too much of this game since October when it was first revealed, but we are learning something that I think is pretty important, and I think it'll be a nice segue, with the conversation I want to have about what's going on with PlayStation games that are coming out in 2023. Apparently, Silent Hill 2 is pretty much done. It's in the final stage of just polish, and it seems clear to me that it's set to release in 2023. So I want to talk all about that. It seems that it's up to Sony and Konami when that's going to drop. And then obviously there are going to be sections of this podcast dedicated to talking about the ongoing Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition. We have multiple updates, some of which are incredibly significant to this entire situation. Hanzo, I see you're asking, what about Fort Solace? Yeah, I did see that. I don't know what that game is. I did see it. I did see it announced that apparently it's going to be coming to PS5, and it is going to be a PlayStation 5 exclusive or console exclusive. And I know it's a single player game, so I'm going to have to look into that. I'm not going to be talking about it over the course of this podcast because, as I said, it kind of slipped under the radar. I didn't actually get to properly check it out, but I'll definitely look into that. And yeah, I don't have this written down as a topic, but it's something that I noticed there is a tremendous amount of excitement for. And that is the announcement of a new AAA, darker toned Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game that's based on the I think it's called the Last Ronin novel, where it's like actually really mature and really dark, and people are very excited about it. And what's actually really interesting about this new TMNT game is they're saying they're taking direct inspiration from the recent God of War titles. So I did see somebody saying that maybe now we're going to start seeing the term thrown around and being used called like a godlike, right? We talk about like a Souls-like game. Maybe we're going to start using godlike terminology. That's what we're going to refer to these games as, which is interesting. Chris, you're saying, MBG, I respect you for being strong enough to critique your own self. Much respect. Well, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's not necessarily fun to do, but I do think it is necessary from time to time, at least for me on a personal level. You know, try to keep myself honest, try to better myself. So I'm glad you appreciate it, man. So when it comes to when we talk about the Activision Blizzard situation, there are essentially three topics that we're going to go over. The first and most important, and this may end up being good news for those of you who are hoping that this situation will come to an end and we can just move on from it. It's not going to necessarily end anytime soon, but the outlook, how it's going to end, the overall outcome, we're getting to a point where it's looking like, yeah, it's going to go a specific way, and the writing is essentially on the wall. So one of those topics is the UK regulator, the CMA, the regulator that has definitely been mostly, if not completely, on Sony's side, has completely flipped the script, and they are now confirming that they no longer believe that Microsoft is a threat to competition in the console gaming space. So we're going to have to talk about that and the overall implications and what it means for Sony going forward and what it means for the entire situation. We're also going to be talking about how Microsoft believes that 10 years is a sufficient amount of time for Sony to develop their own Call of Duty alternatives. And this has created a bit of discourse, and I've had time to kind of let it marinate and think about it. And I definitely want to talk about it. And then obviously we have the whole situation that came out with Arcane Studios and Redfall, and how apparently a PS5 version of this game was in development, but after they were acquired, Microsoft asked them to scrap that version and then make it exclusive. And then towards the end of the podcast, this is one of the extra topics that we may or may not have time for, but I want to talk a little bit about the upcoming Ghost of Tsushima movie. The latest John Wick movie, John Wick 4, just came out. Apparently, it's a masterpiece. I'm very much looking forward to seeing it. I love the John Wick series. The reason why that's relevant is because the director of the John Wick movies is he's the individual who's going to be directing the upcoming Ghost of Tsushima movie. I think that's really, really promising. And he kind of talked a little bit about what he learned during the filming of the John Wick series that he plans to incorporate in the upcoming Ghost of Tsushima movie. So that's pretty much a rundown of the topics I plan to discuss over the course of this episode. So before I do that, I want to acknowledge a few super chats that I have here. First, New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, call me crazy, but after finishing The Last of Us show, I want to see Days Gone get a TV show. Well, you're kind of in luck, New Soul 9. First off, yeah, I think that The Last of Us HBO series was very well done. I really enjoyed it. I was hoping that there would be a little bit more action, a little bit more, battles with the infected. But generally speaking, I think that they really nailed what they needed to nail in that show. And so the good news is Days Gone is going to be getting a movie. So while it isn't a TV show or a series, it's going to have its own dedicated movie. And I want to tell you something that is very surprising to me about that. What's really strange to me about Days Gone getting a movie is that we did find out that Days Gone 2 was not greenlit by Sony. And the reason for this is because there was internal strife at Bend Studio, where a big portion of that studio did not want to continue to work on Days Gone, and they were having issues with upper management. And then we know that the two studio heads of Bend ended up leaving. And then after that, we found out that they are going to be doing a brand new IP, a AAA IP for PS5, which is very exciting, but no Days Gone 2. What's interesting to me about that is Sony clearly sees that there's something with the Days Gone IP. And I think that what we are clearly seeing is that it is true that Sony will not force a studio to work on a project that they simply do not want to work on. Because the fact that Sony ported Days Gone to PC and then they're also giving it a movie tells you that they see value in that IP. They understand that people do like this IP and they're not going to abandon it. It just turns out that Sony Bend does not want to work on a sequel and Sony's not going to force them to. Maybe the idea is Sony Bend puts out a new IP and then after that they have them work on Days Gone 2 and then they can kind of just go back and forth. Or maybe Sony will give the Days Gone IP to another studio and let them work on some type of sequel. That would be very interesting. I mean, look, we know that Sony is not afraid to do that. Sony is not afraid to take certain IP that they own. If their studio doesn't want to work on it anymore, or the studio that created it, they will hand it out to another studio to work on. And to me, that's very interesting. So, yeah, I know that was a little bit more than maybe you were expecting in terms of a response, but knowing that we are getting a Days Gone movie to me is very interesting, and it tells me that there is value in the IP in Sony's eyes. So, thank you for the super chat, New Soul 9. PlayStation Pete, you're saying Foxy Games UK says no PlayStation 5 Pro coming. I'll be honest with you, PlayStation Pete, I don't follow Foxy Games UK. I'm not familiar with this individual. I don't know if they're like some kind of credible insider. I've never heard of them. And I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm just saying like I've never heard of this individual in terms of like rumors or having any kind of like inside track on what Sony's doing. What I will say is that when we learned about the PS5 Pro, it was coming from Tom Henderson. Tom Henderson is one of the industry's most reliable insiders with one of the biggest and longest track records of being correct. And in particular, Tom Henderson has been correct pretty much about almost everything he's said in the past year and a half or 2 years about PlayStation. So I will say that, to go against Tom Henderson, I'm not saying that that couldn't be possible. I mean, look, there are a lot of people who do feel that Sony developing a PS5 Pro is strange because a lot of people feel that it's just not needed and it just seemed likely that Sony wouldn't do it. So it's understandable that when you hear somebody like Tom Henderson come out and say, yeah, Sony's doing a PS5 Pro and it might come out as soon as next year, a lot of people are going to be scratching their heads like, okay, that doesn't seem right or necessary. But, again, Tom Henderson has a good track record. And if he's saying that he's heard that a PS5 Pro is currently in development, I'm going to believe that. And if he's wrong, then he's wrong. And that's going to be a black mark against his reporting. But yeah, there are very few individuals in the gaming industry anymore that seem to have good sources when it comes to PlayStation and Sony specifically. And so you got to be very careful about who you're willing to believe and who you're willing to listen to. And at this point in time, as somebody who's been covering PlayStation leaks and rumors, and I've been burned many times, I've learned the hard way. The one thing that's most important when it comes to any type of rumor or leak is the track record of the individual that's relaying this information. If they have a good track record and they've made claims in the past and they've come true, then I don't think there's anything wrong with trusting them. If they have a mixed track record where some of the things they said are true and then some of the things they said turned out not to be true, at that point I would say just be skeptical, right? Don't buy into it completely, but be open-minded enough to be willing to accept that they might be right. Then there are those that have made claims and have said things and pretty much none of it comes true, or it just becomes clear that they're just taking guesses over and over and over again, and eventually one or two things ends up being correct randomly, but everything else is completely wrong. Those are the individuals that I would say probably try not to listen to too much because, that is something that happens. So you got to be careful with that. So PlayStation Pete, I do think there is a PS5 Pro coming. I don't have any inside sources. I don't have a source that works at Sony or knows what's going on, but I do believe the rumor because of where it's coming from that a PS5 Pro is in development. I also will add to that I do believe there is a possibility that Sony could cancel a PS5 Pro. You know, they could work on it and then end up maybe coming to the conclusion that this just isn't a smart move, this isn't worth it, and then they scrap it. Or they'll just basically say, we'll just put this into the PlayStation 6. So that's those are my thoughts on the PS5 Pro. Flynn Hawaiian 31, thank you for the $5. Well, actually, you have two super chats here. Thank you for the $10. You're saying Sony may have less first-party games this year, but with the amount of AAA third-party games coming out, Sony will be able to release between other games. Yeah, I do agree with that. To me, there are unknowns, there are question marks that I assume in the next 3 to 4 months, they're no longer going to be question marks. We're going to have answers, and it's going to paint a clear picture. You're saying that, you know, there are a lot of AAA third-party games coming out, and that Sony basically will be able to find a way to release in between them. I agree with that. Every year, we kind of go through the same motion where, you know, early in the year, we have a really good idea of like the first 6 months. Between January and June, we have a great idea of what's going to release and when it's going to release. However, because a lot of times, I mean, it's changed a little bit, but because generally speaking, the big new announcements tend to happen in June and July, sometimes in late May as well. Basically, in that area, that's why the second half of every new year we just have very we have very little understanding of exactly what it's going to look like. We have like an idea. There are certainly games that say they're targeting, like even a game like Spider-Man 2. We know that it is targeting fall 2023, but that doesn't mean that we know the exact date. Although we're going to talk more about that because of a leak. And so I do think you're right. I think that Sony does have plenty of time between now and the end of the year if they have a game or two that is ready to release, then I don't think they'll have a problem basically, you know, in the next 3 to 4 months announcing it and saying, hey, it's coming out in just a month or two. I actually do want to say as well that Sony, if you look at the way that they've been marketing their games lately, Sony doesn't seem to really actually market their games until a month or two before they release. So it wouldn't shock me at all if Sony decided to change their announcement schedule to where they want to announce a game when it's going to be ready to release in like a matter of 2 months, maybe 3 months. You know, Sony might want to get completely away from announcing these games a year or two or three in advance. But then again, it's been kind of a mixed bag because we look at a game like Wolverine, you know, that was announced many years before it's going to release. Even Spider-Man 2, same thing. So it's hard. It's really hard at this point, honestly, to kind of pin down a pattern, I guess you could say, to detect a pattern in Sony's announcement and release schedule. But I think if there's anything we learned with God of War Ragnarok, it's that Sony is willing to wait quite a long time before they really start ramping up the marketing of a game. So thank you for that, man. Richard Rodriguez, you're saying Ubisoft, Square Enix, Konami, Krafton, probably Monsters equals the future of PlayStation. Yes, that is a conversation we're going to have later in this podcast once we talk about the ongoing Activision Blizzard situation. There's a question that has to be asked, and that is, what does the future of PlayStation acquisitions look like? And we have to have a conversation about that. So I will say that all of the gaming companies that you just listed, yeah, they all do make sense to a certain degree for Sony. And Perfect Image, you're saying, what do I think of this move? Sony buys Konami because the Metal Gear Solid team partners, and they partner up with Bungie to win in the shooting style game to compete or bring back SOCOM. Perfect Image, I will say that I see where you're going with that. I see the logic there to a certain extent. But I don't think that that's what's going to happen, mainly because I feel like when you think about Metal Gear Solid, I will say the shooting mechanics in Metal Gear Solid 5 in particular are actually really good, and they've been greatly improved, compared to prior games. So I could actually see the Metal Gear Solid team making a competent shooter, but to me that doesn't make the most sense because if Sony were to either buy or continue to partner up with Konami with something Metal Gear related, I think the idea is Sony would want to leverage the Metal Gear IP, right? The Metal Gear Solid IP is significantly bigger than the SOCOM IP. And it's certainly bigger than any new IP that team could end up creating. So, to be honest, Perfect Image, I think the most likely scenario when it comes to shooters, even in the style of SOCOM, coming back to PlayStation, the most likely scenario is Sony doing what they've been doing, which is partnering with new and upcoming teams that are working on those types of games, or possibly going into their back catalog and giving it to a team that is currently under PlayStation Studios that is willing to work on it and would like to work on it. But yeah, generally speaking, Perfect Image, I do think that it would be wise of Sony to continue to try to expand their partnership with Konami, especially knowing how valuable some of their IP is and how it, to a degree, is synonymous with PlayStation. So I think that would be wise. Now I'm going to dive into the first topic here. And the first topic that I want to discuss is Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is a game, as we all know by now, Sony is being pretty much silent about. I mean, it's not just Spider-Man 2 that Sony has been completely silent with. In general, Sony is not making announcements. Sony has not been revealing new games. Sony is clearly taking a back seat right now and relaxing and planning, I would say. Maybe not relaxing. Maybe that's the wrong word to use. In fact, I don't think Sony's relaxed right now. They're probably, trying to figure out what to do in the future with this, with everything that's going on with Activision. But I think it's safe to say that right now Sony is in, or has been in, the planning stages. When we look at Spider-Man 2, there are a couple of things that I feel are undeniable. Number one, Sony really doesn't have to do that much with it in order for it to succeed. I think everybody can universally agree on that, right? Spider-Man 2018 was a huge success for both Sony and Insomniac. Insomniac had to prove something with Spider-Man 2018, and they proved it. And they surprised a lot of people. After that, they released Spider-Man Miles Morales, which caught a lot of people off guard because they weren't expecting to be playing more Spider-Man so soon. And that was also an incredible experience. With Spider-Man 2, I do think there is a greater expectation with this game. I don't think it's like a sky-high, unattainable, unrealistic expectation. I mean, it's different for each person. But I think the general expectation for Spider-Man 2 is simply do what you did with the first game and with Miles Morales, but expand in different directions where it makes sense. Try to make it bigger, try to make it better, and potentially throw in a couple of surprises. I think that that's essentially what the expectation is, and I think that's a completely fair expectation, knowing that Spider-Man 2 has been in development for quite some time now, knowing that we already have a pretty good idea of not necessarily the way the story's going to go, but knowing that Venom's involved, knowing that Kraven, it's all of these things that will ultimately serve to create a bigger, more bombastic, over-the-top game. I just think that Sony's confidence is justified. That's basically what I'm trying to say. I think that the community's confidence, Sony's confidence, and Insomniac's confidence is justified. I think that Insomniac would have to really go out of their way to screw up Spider-Man 2, just like I think Sony Santa Monica would have had to gone very out of their way to screw up God of War Ragnarok. Now, I do want to say that doesn't mean that I'm sitting here anticipating that Spider-Man 2 is automatically going to be a 93, 94 on Metacritic. It's going to automatically win Game of the Year. It is worth noting that for as good as Spider-Man 2018 was, a lot of people did feel that it wasn't perfect, and there were some things that had to change. And in order to really get it to that next level, they feel like those are going to be necessary changes that Insomniac is going to have to make. Um, Now, when it comes to Spider-Man 2, putting my personal expectations aside, we have a leak that came out. And this leak is, in my opinion, the way the leak happened is a little bit surprising. It's also kind of comical, but what we're learning from the leak isn't that surprising. So, for those, I'm sure most of you know by now, but maybe there are some people who aren't aware. The actor Tony Todd. Tony Todd is a pretty established actor. He is, I think, one of the roles he's most famous for is playing Candyman. But he's played other roles as well. And he is the actor who's playing Venom in Spider-Man 2. He's doing the voice, and I don't know if he's doing the mocap or not. I mean, maybe to a certain degree he's doing some mocap. That I'm not sure, but he is Venom. And he's playing, obviously, a major, major role in Spider-Man 2. And the thing about Tony Todd is he is very active on social media, specifically on Twitter. He engages with the fans, which is really cool. He talks to people, he answers questions. And this is something that we've actually seen happen time and time again, is that basically anytime a Hollywood actor is involved with a video game, it doesn't happen every time, but there's certainly a pattern to be found. They end up leaking something about the game. They talk about things in just such a candid way, in a way that is not normal in the video game industry. And you can tell that most of these actors are just completely unaware of how secretive the video game industry is. And so what happened was somebody on Twitter posted a picture of Venom from Spider-Man 2, basically saying like they would love to get an update on this, or they would love to know when it's coming. And Tony Todd, in a now deleted tweet, I don't have it in front of me, but I'm basically paraphrasing. He essentially said that as of right now, it seems like it's set for September, and he's hearing that the big marketing push and a big publicity push is set for August. And so essentially what he ended up revealing is what a lot of people, I think, were maybe expecting, and that is a September release window for Spider-Man 2. Now, he didn't give a specific day, but he did confirm that by basically saying, look, the big marketing push is set for August. So, yeah, that lines up, right? If Sony's going to release Spider-Man 2 in September, then the big marketing is going to kick off likely at the end of July, beginning of August. And that I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see how hard Sony markets Spider-Man 2, because I feel like Spider-Man 2 is a game that kind of markets itself. But I wouldn't be surprised if Sony goes all in with their marketing. And yeah, we do have to acknowledge that he did delete that tweet, and that pretty much confirms that he said something he wasn't supposed to say. And then after he deleted that tweet, he was kind of joking around a little bit and trying his best to, I guess, correct his mistake. Surely Sony and, anybody that's involved in Insomniac, they're probably like, of course this is what happens. Of course this is how we find out. This is how everybody finds out about Spider-Man 2's release date. And I think that after he deleted that tweet, if you look at his subsequent tweets, he was basically trying to be like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'm not even Venom. It was pretty funny. I have to admit, the reason why it was funny is because you could just tell that he messed up, and he got a call from somebody, and he's like, oops, my bad. It's pretty funny. I have to admit. I mean, that's the risk that Sony runs, man. I don't feel bad for Sony here. I really don't, because this is one of the risks that Sony is taking by being so quiet, by being so silent, by being so unwilling to give updates, at least updates that people have been asking for, right? And that's an interesting take. You're saying maybe it was an intentional leak. Well, I don't know. To me that's a tough one to get behind simply because I look at it this way. Sony has two options, right? To either purposely leak it and let it not get nearly as much attention as it otherwise would, or basically time it for when, okay, this is when we're going to reveal a new trailer and we're going to reveal the release date, and they're going to get a massive amount of attention. Look, some people really do think, and there might be some truth to it, it's impossible to know. Unless you work at Sony and you know what's going on at a high level with the executives and their marketing, it's impossible to know. But some people, I think, do believe that this was an intentional leak and a purposeful leak because Sony wants to basically let people know, like, this is what's going on with Spider-Man, but they don't want to draw attention right now because of what's going on with Activision Blizzard. Now, I think that's taking it a bit too far. Like, I don't think that it would hurt Sony in the current situation for them to just reveal the release date and saying, oh, it's going to release in September and put out a new trailer. Like, and that's a good point too, Rory. You're saying the tweet wouldn't have been deleted if it was a false leak. I think you are right about that. Subtext. Sorry, man. I just saw your super chat. You're saying, did you see that Final Fantasy 16 had an hour-long panel discussion and live demo at PAX? Suggest watching on Square Enix's YouTube channel when you get the chance. I did see some things floating around about that, but I didn't know it was actually like that extensive. I didn't know it was like a full live demo and hour-long discussion. So I'll try to watch that when I get the chance. But honestly, for a game like Final Fantasy 16, I feel like I don't really need to see too much more of it, right? Nor do I need to hear too much more of it, because I just generally feel that I've seen gameplay. I mean, just what gameplay I've seen of it so far, I'm automatically sold on it. I've been playing recently the boss battle. I forget the name of the boss, but it's one of the boss battles that they put out, and it's like a 15 or 16 minute demo. And I've been watching that as I'm like editing my videos and whatnot, and I'm just like, this just looks so incredible. It really does. It looks really, really good. It looks really exciting and really intense. And it's just one of these things where, look, I know that they're going to have to continue to market the game, and they're still going to continue a massive marketing push leading up to the release in June. And I'll still cover it on the channel, absolutely. But for me personally, I'm at a point where it's like, sold, right? I'm sold, man. You don't have to say another thing. You don't have to show me anything else. I'll be there day one for Final Fantasy 16. And that is, for me, quite surprising, because that's not, I really am the type of person that they are trying to get on board with Final Fantasy. If you listen to the way that the developers and Square Enix have been talking about what they're trying to do and what they're trying to achieve with Final Fantasy 16, it's pretty clear that they're trying to bring new people in. They're trying to appeal to a more Western audience. And that's me, right? That is definitely me. And they're also trying to follow some of the things that Western AAA single player games do, or RPG games do. And it definitely worked on me, for sure. It's one of these things where it's like, yeah, there's a lot of things you could have done with Final Fantasy 16 that would have made me go, yeah, I don't know how I'm feeling about this game. I don't know that I'm super excited for it, or I'm going to play it. But everything they've done so far is like, they're speaking directly to me, and I'm excited. So, but yeah, I might end up checking that out. We'll see. I mean, I am tempted to watch the demo, because even though I am sold on it, I certainly don't mind seeing more of the game, right? And you know what? I really wonder, and this actually goes for Spider-Man 2 as well. When is Sony going to do another State of Play dedicated to one of the, an exclusive PlayStation 5 game? I mean, we got a State of Play for Hogwarts Legacy. We recently got a State of Play for Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. And these are, these are third-party multi-platform games, and Sony's been giving them a big stage, and I understand why, but I really feel like they should do a state of play for Final Fantasy 16, and they should do a state of play for Spider-Man 2. Now, they didn't do a state of play for God of War Ragnarok, and I have to admit, that surprised me. That really surprised me, because it's just Sony has been so consistent with their stated plays for big PlayStation exclusives that I was genuinely pretty surprised when they were like, yep, we're not doing a state of play for God of War. And I was like, really? I wouldn't have expected that. I definitely wouldn't have expected that. So, yeah, I'm hoping that we get a dedicated state of play, at least for Final Fantasy 16, because to see Sony doing these stated plays for third-party games, come on, Sony. You got to do one for Final Fantasy. It deserves it. It absolutely deserves it. You're saying less is more? Yeah, that may be true in this case. That could absolutely be the current philosophy with Sony's marketing of big AAA games that are not multi-platform, that are exclusive. It could be, yeah. So, generally speaking, I am truly confused when it comes to Sony and what their plans are. I get the feeling that Sony is coasting right now because they feel as though they can. And it works in their best interest to coast right now because, I mean, again, I hate to keep mentioning it, but the elephant in the room, them fighting the Activision deal. And so at this point, I feel as though I am truly at a loss when it comes to trying to understand what Sony may or may not do next. Now, I am going to talk more about that. When we dive into some topics later on. But yeah, when it comes to Spider-Man 2, I mean, to me, I'm trying to figure out how I would feel if Sony decides to continue to hold Spider-Man back, and maybe the most we get for Spider-Man 2, maybe Sony does do a showcase in June or something, right? And during that showcase, they just show like another new trailer, which, I mean, let's be honest, we've seen so little of Spider-Man 2. I think that a lot of people would be happy with that, right? Like, here's a new trailer for Spider-Man 2. There's a little bit of gameplay in there. There's a little bit of story in there, right? And then after that, it's like, here's the release date, and that's it. And that's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna market it. To me, that seems likely what's gonna happen with Spider-Man 2. Spacey, you're saying September is gonna be epic with Starfield and Spider-Man. Yeah, you know what? I didn't even consider that. I did see some people mention it, but I never really actually thought about it. And that is true. Starfield and Spider-Man may end up releasing in the same month, and that is fascinating to me because they are two very, very, very different games. But the one thing that both of these games do have in common is they're critically important for the platform. Starfield is critically important to Xbox, and as far as I'm concerned, Starfield is going to be the biggest release that Xbox has had in years. I mean, I don't even know. I can't think of a game that released that was an Xbox exclusive. I mean, I feel like maybe Halo, but I don't know, man. I sense there's a different energy around Starfield that wasn't there for Halo and hasn't been here for Xbox in many, many years. And when you think about Spider-Man 2, I think it's just as important for Sony, right? Spider-Man 2 is a game that, I mean, look, we see how big God of War was for PlayStation. We see how important that game was. We see how well that game sold for PlayStation, breaking a record for Sony, right? But this is Spider-Man. Like, Spider-Man, and this is no offense to God of War, but it's just the reality. Spider-Man is a more universally appealing and more well known. It's just a more casual IP, right? And the fact that it is a very well established IP and has been for many, many, many years, I think Sony really does have a huge hit on their hands, no doubt. In fact, I think that Spider-Man 2 will end up breaking a record, setting a new record, I should say. We got the announcement with God of War Ragnarok that God of War sold, 11 million copies in a little less than 3 months. We'll just say 3 months, just for simplicity's sake. In 3 months, they sold about 11 million copies, over 11 million. And that's a new record. That like shatters all previous records for any PlayStation Studio game. I think Spider-Man 2 is going to go beyond that. I think, we could get the announcement 1 month after Spider-Man's out, 4 or 5 weeks later, that it sold 12, 13 million copies. It could maybe even go beyond that, because we have to understand that God of War, while it was a multi-platform game, and you know what, actually, I was going to say something, but then I realized I don't think we actually got the data for it. I was going to say that even though God of War Ragnarok was a cross-gen game, the bulk of the sales were on PlayStation 5, but I don't think we actually learned whether or not that's true. Did we? I'm going to refer to my chat on this one. I feel like past data indicates that the bulk of cross-gen sales are on PlayStation 5 for PlayStation exclusives. Games like Miles Morales, games like Horizon Forbidden West. I think the data did reveal that the majority of the sales are on the PS5. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is because my assumption is that while God of War Ragnarok is breaking records and setting a new record for Sony, I think that it's doing so with the majority of the sales being on PlayStation 5. And I think that Spider-Man is going to... I think the reason why Spider-Man is easily going to be able to do better than that is because it's not cross-gen, but by the time Spider-Man launches, if it's in September of this year, I mean, millions upon millions more PS5s will be out there. A lot more than what's out there right now. And so I think that Spider-Man is being put in a really interesting position. It's also worth noting that apparently this new version of the PS5, this discless model of the PS5, is apparently going to be releasing in September. And I have seen some people speculating that maybe Sony's plan here is to get people hyped up with a new PS5 model. Maybe, I don't want to call it a slim model, but maybe it'll be slim, right? Maybe it'll be a little bit smaller. Or maybe maybe it will look just like the PS5 does now, but just literally shrunk down, just smaller. They'll announce that, and their new, oh man, that could be, now that I'm thinking about it, that could be a big deal for Sony. See, what people need to understand, the biggest deal about Sony announcing a new model of the PS5 and releasing it in September, the fact that it's going to be a discless model means that the base model going forward is going to be digital only, which means that going forward, Sony's going to market the PS5 as a $400 console. Right now, the majority of people are seeing the disc-based model PS5, and to most people, it's like, oh, it's $500. And yes, there is a $400 digital model, but most people either aren't aware of that, there are less digital models made, and that's not how Sony puts forth their marketing. So I think what's going to happen is Sony's going to begin to really dig into that, our console's $400, and here's a Spider-Man bundle in September. I think that's going to be Sony's plan to leverage Spider-Man to move a ton of units, but maybe not. I mean, I may be making a bigger deal out of this new discless PS5 than Sony's planning on making. Sony might still market it the same exact way. Like, yeah, it's basically $500. We would prefer... My question is this. if Sony would prefer users to pay $500, because yes, I mean, let's face it, putting a disk drive into a console does not cost Sony $100. It doesn't. If I had to guess, Sony is probably spending $30-$35, give or take, maybe less than that, maybe a little bit more. That's just a ballpark estimate, but maybe that's how much they're spending to put a disk drive in the PS5, right? $30-$35. So that means when they're selling a 500, you're saying $10 to $20? Yeah, maybe it could be that cheap. But the point is, it's nowhere near $100. So when Sony sells a disc-based PS5, they are getting more money for it. But here's the thing, though. The reason why I think Sony might not actually like that, and why they will ultimately prefer to sell a digital console at $400 and forego that, $60, $70, $80 that they're going to get from somebody buying a $500 model, it's because, what do you think at this point is more important to Sony? Getting that extra money at the point of sale for a new console, or locking somebody in to a digital only ecosystem? Locking a customer in to knowing they're only going to buy digital games. So this is the thought process that, for me, that goes behind this new PS5 model, and me thinking that I think they're going to market the PS5 starting in September of this year. They're going to begin to market the PS5 as $400 console, Spider-Man bundle, and I think that's going to do absolutely insane numbers for them. And Sony will have effectively found a way to leverage the hype that will be generated with Spider-Man 2 to sell a digital console. Now, granted, I still do prefer physical discs, obviously, but it is worth acknowledging that, Sony will be doing this at a pretty good time, because the majority of people are buying their games digitally now. More and more people are just totally okay with, what, I consume all of my media digitally, and games, I don't mind being it any different. And I think Sony knows that. Sony has the data. So this could be a really smart and strategic move on their part. And I think that them offering a disc, not a disc model, but a disc drive attachment, I mean, it's pretty smart, man. It's a pretty smart move. And so that's what I'm predicting, or trying to predict here. I think that Spider-Man 2 is going to be much bigger for Sony, and specifically the PS5. It's a PS5 only title. It's likely going to break records. Sony is going to want to make it known to everybody very clearly, if you want to play Spider-Man 2, because we know you want to, you got to buy a PS5. But here you go. We got a $400 model here for you, ready to go. And I think that to the average consumer, and especially to a lot of people who are going to want to buy a PlayStation just to play Spider-Man, I think to them, they're going to feel like that's $400, I'm in. And so, very interesting. Very interesting. I see somebody saying the PS6 will be digital only. I hope not, man. That would be horrible. I think with the PlayStation 6, Sony will do something extremely similar, if not identical, to what we're going to see. You're saying, Jay Shako, you're saying it will not be 400, minimum 500. No, well, that's what you have to understand, Jay Shako, is that Sony is selling a PS5 right now. Right now, if you go online, for $400. They've been selling the PS5 at $400 since it launched. So time has went on. We are going to be about 3 years removed from the launch of the PS5. The price of components, the price of creating a PS5 has gone down for Sony. At least that's the assumption. Assuming, we already know that they've trimmed down some of the internals of the PS5, to make it so that it doesn't require as much, essentially. Like, they won't have to pay as much. So it will be 400. Like, that's the thing. there is zero chance. What I'm trying to say is there is zero chance that the new model PS5 is not $400. It will absolutely be $400 for sure. Who knows? Sony could go nuts. I don't think they will, but Sony could go nuts and be like, you know what? We really want to move a lot of these things. Let's drop it to $350. Not going to happen. Now that's not going to happen. But could you just imagine? Could you just imagine how many units of the PS5 Sony would sell if they dropped it to $350? That would be insane. That would be absolutely insane. That would be wild. And I think Sony knows that they don't have to do that, though. Saying, what if the disk drive reader is a more advanced disk reader that can read PS1 and PS2 games, solving the backwards compatibility for people? I doubt it, man. I doubt it. I'll be honest, when it comes to backwards compatibility, I do think that Sony will continue to pursue it. But I think that what we see them doing now is pretty much the extent. Now, when it comes to being able to play PS3 games natively, I think that's going to happen eventually. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I think that's more of like a PlayStation 6 thing. You know, I could see a reality in which leading up to the PlayStation 6 in 2027, 2028. Yeah, and that's true. That's not necessarily a disc reader issue, but I could see a reality where suddenly there's a conversation about Sony is getting ready to announce a major change to PS Plus Premium. And that change is going to be with the PlayStation 6 and maybe the PS5 as well. But with PS Plus Premium, you will now be able to natively play PS3 games. I don't necessarily know if that'll work on at a disc-based level where somebody puts in the disc and they can just play it, but basically emulation, you know? I think that Sony is absolutely working on that because it would be bizarre. It would make zero sense for Sony not to be working on that. We have to understand that where Sony is right now with PS3 is streaming. That's where they've been for a long time. And they still have server farms right now that are using PS3 configurations to allow people to stream PS3 games. It's like, that is not going to be viable or sustainable in the long run. And I think Sony knows this. And that's why about a year, I don't know if it was a year ago, but it was a while ago, there were multiple patents and rumors that were coming out that Sony is working on PS3 emulation. It's just, it's going to take a while. And it's not necessarily a major priority, but it's something that they want to get done. So I don't know how we got on that topic, but yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. And yeah, they will continue to remaster and remake PS3 games as well. Charles, you're saying, looking forward to a darker Ninja Turtles game. I grew up reading Ninja Turtle comics before they went the kiddie route. You know, that's what's weird to me, personally, is I've never been into the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I've always been somewhat vaguely familiar with them, you know, just in culture and whatnot, but I've never, I just never engaged with this IP. And to me, it always was like a kiddie IP. And that's why I was really kind of confused when I saw the announcement of a new AAA Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game that's based on a novel that's about a Ronin, and it's extremely dark. It's post-apocalyptic, people are dying, and it's like, you know, it's one of these things where it's like, I had no idea that was even a thing. I always thought that the Ninja Turtles were just a thing for kids, basically. And yeah, growing up, I don't know. I never latched onto it. So when I heard about this new AAA TMNT game, it's going to be dark, it's going to be mature, it's going to be inspired by God of War, it's going to be single player, it's going to be an action RPG. I'm like, okay. Oh, I feel like I'm already sold on it. Now, we don't know the studio that's making it. We do not know the studio that's making it, and that's going to be incredibly important because, that'll determine how good the game is. You're saying the Ninja Turtles were originally dark. That's fascinating to me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this because if that's true, I never knew. I never knew that they had like more dark beginnings, right? Like like the original concept of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was supposed to be darker. That's definitely something that is news to me if true. Um, you're saying inspired by God of War is the keyword for PlayStation exclusive. I mean, look, man, here's something that I'm going to mention now. It's not the topic that we're on, but I just want to mention it right now. With the whole situation happening with Activision Blizzard, I think people people need to also realize that during this whole thing, there are so many AAA third-party games that we don't know about, not from Sony, but from third-party publishers and developers. There are so many AAA third-party games that are in development, that have just started development, that are going to start development, that have been in development. You better believe, now more than ever, Sony is out there writing checks, striking deals. I mean, they are, if anything, people wonder, like, well, what's Sony's plan? What are they going to do if they lose this battle and Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard and that's it? There's we need to understand that it's not like Sony's just been sitting back waiting and watching. No, Sony has plans. Like they have contingency plans basically. And it wouldn't surprise me if from the start Sony knew that this was likely going to be the outcome. It wouldn't surprise me if Sony did know that, look, maybe, just maybe this can be blocked, but even if it's not, and it does go through, we have to have a plan. We have to have a plan and be ready for that. And Sony, I honestly, I think they're just going to keep doing what they do best. Partnerships, third-party exclusive deals, and minority investments, potentially bigger investments over time into studios, publishers, and developers that Sony deems critical to PlayStation, So, yeah, I just, we talk about this AAA TMNT game. It's saying it's inspired by God of War. This very well could be a game that Sony, whoever's making it, whoever's developing it, that again, we don't know that yet. Sony could already be talking to them and saying, do you want to strike a deal? We'll give you marketing. We'll help with the development. We'll give you funding. We want it exclusive. That could very well be what Sony is doing. And, I guess the question I have is if Sony does that, are people going to be mad? Right? If we find out that this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, based on the last Ronin, are people going to be mad that if Sony signs an exclusivity deal for that? That'll be interesting. I will say, I am so curious with this whole situation. One of the things I'm really curious about is what their next third-party game announcements look like, because that to me, it's just going to be an interesting time to see how people react to it, to just get a feel for what is the general sentiment to Sony announcing this third-party exclusive, right? How are people going to feel about it? Top Shotta, you're saying, if I was Sony, I wouldn't put much stock into Spider-Man and Wolverine because those are Disney IPs. Disney can make the license more expensive to own. Well, it's, You're not wrong. Like, these are not Sony owned IPs, and Sony, I'm sure, is well aware that, you know, at the end of the day, it's not theirs. Like, ultimately, especially Wolverine. I think Sony owns the movie rights for Spider-Man. Could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. You're saying Sony owns the rights to Spider-Man. I'm always confused by that because, yeah, I know Sony owns something involving Spider-Man. I don't know, like, do they actually own Spider-Man, or do they own I think what I heard about this a long time ago. I think what happens is Sony basically signed a contract a long time ago for Spider-Man with the movies, where this contract that they signed basically said that as long as they keep signing it and renewing it, then they will own the movie rights to Spider-Man. It's only if Sony decides to stop when the contract eventually, like, you know, the last deal they signed, when it's about to expire, if Sony decides they're not going to sign it to renew it, then they give up the rights. So, in other words, Sony does have the power to release or retain the movie rights to Spider-Man. And that's why it was such a big deal when they, you know, you're saying they own the character rights as a whole. Maybe you're right about that. That's where I'm not. I see a lot of people in the chat saying that I'm correct about it being movies, like the Hollywood rights. But I know that that's why it was such a big deal when Marvel decided that they're going to bring Spider-Man into the MCU. And Sony was like a big Sony was looked at as a potentially big obstacle because Sony wanted to create their own universe, and people were saying that, like, Sony's not going to comply with that. They're not going to want to strike a deal. And it turns out they did. You know, they struck a deal with Marvel where, you know, they're like, yeah, let's do this. And that was probably a smart thing to do. Yeah, Disney had to get, that's so funny. I don't know. That's such a strange situation where Disney had to get Sony's approval, but yeah, I mean, when you consider that, it's understandable why, like, Sony maybe does feel that, look, we're Sony and we are associated with Spider-Man. So that, I think, is automatically a reason why Sony's going to put more stock into Spider-Man. Wolverine is different, right? Wolverine is completely and solely owned by Disney now. Yeah, it's a Disney property. It's a Disney IP. And I think it's just one of these things where one of the things that Disney, I don't follow Disney too closely, but one of the things that I think they are likely paying closer attention to these days is who's doing good things with our IP. Who's doing good, successful things with our IP? Because that's the thing. You look at Wolverine, and we know, like me and you and anybody who's following Insomniac Games, anybody who knows what this game is going to be like. I mean, not exactly, but you get what I'm saying. We all know Wolverine is going to be an incredible Wolverine game. By far, it will be the best Wolverine game we ever play. And it's probably going to do really, really well. I don't know if it'll sell as well as Spider-Man, but it's going to sell well. And it's going to be a big deal for Sony, for PlayStation, and for the gaming industry. No doubt. And Disney's going to see that, and they're going to be like, this is great. You know, like, this is what we want. We want to see our IP flourish. And that's where I think that Sony doesn't necessarily have much to fear, because this is why these deals get... Hold on one second. I just got a public safety message on my phone. Wow. Okay. That's fascinating. I just got a public safety message on my phone basically saying that you have... I don't know if this is for me in my area, but because where they're saying it is, it's pretty far away from me. But I guess I'm close enough where they're like, you have to drink water from bottles. Do not drink your tap water. And I'm like, well, first off, I already do that. I don't drink tap water, but you're saying don't dox yourself. No, look, they're saying, like, where they're saying this is in effect, I'm pretty far away from it, but I'm like, okay, I'm going to take that safety message. I'm not taking any chances. Not that I was going to in the first place, but that's, geez, man. That's scary. That's pretty scary. So, I usually only drink bottled water. I do not trust tap water. Even then, anytime I've drank water from the tap, I try to buy like a filter, And even then, I still feel like, I don't know. I always get worried, and you know how you hear, oh, don't these bottled water companies or whatever, like it's a scam. It's just tap water. Don't tell me that. I can't believe that. That's so wrong and messed up and disturbing if true, where it's like, don't tell me the water that I'm drinking out of the bottles that I'm paying for is the exact same water I'm going to get out of my sink. Cause that's, I think maybe for some companies and some brands, I don't know. Bottled water is not regulated. Like, I have to imagine that if you buy like spring water, like there's no way. There's no way, right? There's no way if you buy like a case of spring water, you're just buying a case of tap water. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. I will, even if somebody said, yeah, dude, that's the truth. No, I don't believe it. I'll live in denial. But yeah, so I apologize for that. That was just really spontaneous, and I never get alerts like that or anything on my phone. So I was like, am I in danger right now? But yeah, okay. So note to self, do not drink water from the tap, and just don't use it at all. Really, unless you, washing hands or something. That's wild, man. That's wild. Anyway, I think the point that I was trying to make before I got distracted there is, I don't think Sony has much to worry about when it comes to striking these deals, because that's the point, is Sony knows, like, we can leverage our talent and our resources to basically do something great with this IP. And when Disney sees that, wow, they are doing something really great with our IP, that's a partnership. And those types of partnerships are incredibly important for Sony, especially now, right? Especially now, knowing that we are in a consolidation period where Sony is not going to be the company that buys multiple publishers. They can't. Maybe they could buy a publisher, but not multiple. And so during this time, it's going to be even more important for Sony to strike these partnerships that are mutually beneficial, because, it's Sony basically just leveraging their strengths. It makes complete sense that after the success of Spider-Man 2 comes, but on top of that, maybe Insomniac can do another game based on another popular Marvel IP. Why not? If they can do for Wolverine in the gaming space what they did for Spider-Man, people are going to love it. I'm going to love it. That's something I think people want to see. That's not to say that that's all we want to see. Eventually, I would like to see a brand new IP from Insomniac. That would be cool, right? But I do think that it's something that Sony, they're being smart about it, I think. And I think Disney knows that. And I think that I think Wolverine essentially is going to just end up strengthening the partnership between Sony and Disney to make it so that who knows what could happen in the future. And it's interesting because you also see Sony trying to create a strong partnership with WB Games, right? Sony's trying to get behind Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. For better or for worse, I don't know that that's the best idea, but that's what they're doing. And that could make it so, who knows? Maybe in the future, Sony, maybe right now, maybe Sony is talking to WB and they're like, can we get an exclusive Lord of the Rings game? Can we get an exclusive, DC game? What can we get? what can we do here? You know, um, we'll see. We'll see. Gabriel Ortiz Jr., thank you for the 10, my friend. You're saying, as I question Starfield's release date, however, more so the real question is, how many copies will it actually sell given its Game Pass model? Lastly, as a TMNT fan here, do the research. You will not regret it. Yeah, I'm going to try to have to take a note on this and remember to do it and check out the history of TMNT because it sounds fascinating. Now you're asking about Starfield and how it's going to potentially sell with the Game Pass model. I mean, I'll be honest, it feels difficult to predict this because I don't think we've seen a game on Starfield's level launch into Game Pass yet. I really don't. I don't think we've seen a game quite like Starfield. And the reason why Starfield is particularly interesting is because a lot of people were already prepared to pay full price for it before Bethesda was purchased, right? And we found out it was going to release on Game Pass. A lot of people were full well ready, like, yeah, I'm going to pay 60, 70 bucks, whatever it's going to be to play this. And, you know, it's one of these situations where if I had to give my best guess, I think Starfield will sell relatively well. Like, I do think that there will be potentially millions of people. Like, I'll throw a number out there, right? Well, this is difficult for me to do because I'm not entirely sure. How well did the Elder Scrolls or Fallout 4, the Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, how well did these games sell within their first like week or month? This is data that I don't currently have, and I have not followed Bethesda closely enough. I'm assuming they all sold really well. Like, I'm assuming Fallout 4 sold really, really well when it launched. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how well. Like, maybe I could just look that up real quick. Skyrim, well over 30 million. Wow. I'd have to 11 million. All right, let me see. So, would we say Starfield is more in line with Fallout or more in line with the Elder Scrolls? Or is it basically it's in line with both? Saying Starfield will sell 1 million in the first 3 days. Really? It's fun. You're saying it's basically both. Yeah, okay. 13.5 million for Fallout 4 apparently. Yeah, let me look this up real quick. I'll do Fallout 4 since that was the most recent. I gotta like get a different configuration for my I can't see my keyboard at all. I can't even feel it correctly because my mic's in the way. Apologies. Fallout 4 sales. Okay, here we go. This is pretty interesting. So it says Fallout 4 sold 1.2 million copies on Steam in its first 24 hours of release. Okay, so that's just on Steam. And yeah, it does say here Fallout 4 has sold 13.5 million copies. That's a figure from March of 2020. Did Fallout 4 sell more than Skyrim? Really, Fallout 4 has overtaken Skyrim, becoming Bethesda's most successful game ever. Skyrim sold 20 million copies between 2011 and 2014. Meanwhile, Fallout 4 shipped 12 million copies. That's not real. What? Where is this coming from? Fallout 4 shipped 12 million copies on its launch day? No, that's not what it. See, this is why you got to question sometimes. Like, who's saying this? Where is this coming from? This is coming from PC Games N. No, this is coming from. I don't know where. No, that's where it's coming from. I think that makes no sense. This is ridiculous. You know, you think data like this would be easier to find, right? The highest selling games developed by Bethesda. Here we go. Let's see. Because I'm just curious. I've never actually looked at this data. All right, so the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, as of 2016, has sold like 30 million copies. Fallout 4, apparently it's yeah, so it just seems like it's misreporting the data where they're saying, "Oh, it sold Fallout 4 sold 12 million at launch." No, it seems like since it launched, it has sold 12 million. So, okay, so Skyrim is seemingly the best if this data is true at 30 million. And then Fallout 4 is at 12 million. So, I think basically it's safe to say that it's going to sell pretty well based off of how Bethesda games have performed in the past. But now that people will be able to access it through Game Pass, I think so. Let's assume that Starfield was before they were purchased was absolutely at minimum going to be like a 8 to 10 million seller. I think it's safe to say that, right? I think it's safe to say that prior to Bethesda being acquired, Starfield was going to sell, and not at one time, but basically over the course of maybe a year, 2 years, more than that. But it would eventually climb to 8 to 10 million, and maybe it could go beyond that. I think that number's going to be cut down quite a bit. I think that it's so tough to predict because I'm trying to think about the type of people that are looking forward to this game. I think Game Pass could potentially cut the sales down by half and potentially more than half. Because think about it. Anybody who is interested in Starfield, they're going to have that option in front of them. Either pay full price or pay $10. Now, obviously, people are going to take multiple things into consideration. I think the people who are going to buy the game are people who want physical copies, are people who maybe just don't care about Game Pass because they just feel like there's not enough games that they play on Game Pass. But I think generally speaking, the majority of people that play Starfield are not going to buy it. I think the majority of people that play Starfield are going to do so subscribing to Game Pass. But I think it's a big enough game from a big enough publisher that it's still going to sell pretty well. So I saw somebody in the chat say that they think it'll do maybe like 1 million in its first week. I mean, I think, yeah, I could see that. But here's the important, so I think, Gabriel, your question is an interesting one, trying to figure out like how many copies of Starfield will be sold, knowing that it's launching in the Game Pass. That it's definitely an interesting question. But I think the important thing to keep in mind when we ask this question is we have to then follow it up with, does Microsoft care about sales anymore? Well, I mean, look, Microsoft cares enough about game sales that they increased the price of their games to $70. Okay? They wouldn't have increased the price of their games to $70 if they didn't care at all about game sales. They would have just said, we're just going to stick it to the $60 price tag. That would have made them look good, right? And people, like, look, people who were subscribed to Game Pass, I don't think a $10 difference is going to make them be like, you know what, I'm going to Game Pass now. I think basically what I'm trying to say is anybody who was planning to buy Starfield, like, and own it, when they found out that it would be $70, I don't think they then decided, you know what, I'm just going to go to Game Pass now. I think they just like, oh, okay, that's all right. You know, that's kind of the direction the industry's going in if you want to buy and own AAA games. You're saying they increased the price to $70 to make Game Pass more valuable. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the benefit of Microsoft doing it, right? Is it does make their deal on Game Pass look even better. So that could definitely be part of the strategy. But I think that the main reason why Microsoft did that is because that is basically the new industry standard. Even Nintendo is doing it now, right? And that's just where it's going to be. That's where it is. So I think Microsoft does care enough about game sales to where anybody who is going to buy a game at full price, they want to get a piece of that $70 pie. They want, you know what I mean? They want to be part of that. So I do think Microsoft cares about game sales to an extent. But I think generally speaking, when we look at a game like Starfield, it's quite the opposite of how Sony views Spider-Man. When Sony looks at Spider-Man, they see a product, they see a game that, number one, this has to sell a lot of PS5s. Number two, this has to sell a lot of copies at full price and make us a lot of money and a lot of profit. And number three, this is something that we can eventually use for our subscription service, that being PS Plus, but not until we've extracted everything from it we can. To whereas Microsoft's outlook on Starfield is, number one, this is going to bring in a lot of new subscribers to Game Pass. Number two, this is going to, retain a lot of subscribers to Game Pass. Number three, it's probably going to sell relatively well because it's a big enough game that quite a few people are still going to end up buying it. And number four, and this is the most important, I think, to understand the difference between Sony and Microsoft right now, it's okay if it doesn't sell well. It's fine. As long as it's driving customers to Game Pass, then it's perfectly fine. Like, let's imagine this for a second. Just, imagine Starfield sales-wise is a complete and utter flop. I mean, I'm talking like it doesn't even sell 1 million units in a month. I think that's unrealistic, but just imagine that's what ends up happening. And it turns out that pretty much everybody went to Game Pass to play this game. Everybody on PC, on Xbox, and it really killed the sales of the game. Essentially, Game Pass ensured that this game will be a sales flop. To Microsoft, that's not a loss. To Microsoft, that's actually exactly what they want. To be honest, what Microsoft wants more than anything is for people to subscribe to Game Pass for Starfield. That's what Microsoft wants. And somebody said earlier that Microsoft raising the price to $70 is maybe a tactic, a strategy to get more. You might actually, the more I think about it, you might be right about that. Like, I think what Microsoft wants is for people to look at that price point, $70, and just say, no, I'm going to Game Pass. I think that's actually really what Microsoft wants, because we just, all you have to do is look at Microsoft's true priority versus Sony's true priority. Everything for Microsoft and the Xbox brand revolves around Game Pass. Everything. That is the heart of the Xbox business and brand. And so I absolutely think that Microsoft is hoping that more people will choose to go to Game Pass and not buy the game. I think Microsoft is actually going to do whatever they can to discourage people from buying the game. And this is where it's so fascinating to watch this, because that's so unheard of in this industry, Like, could you imagine Sony doing that with Spider-Man 2? It would be so insane, right? Imagine Sony marketing Spider-Man 2 where it's like, get it through PS Plus, subscribe to PS Plus Extra, right? It's insane to think. It's insane to imagine that, But that's what Microsoft is doing right now with their games. And I have to admit, I have no interest in Starfield as a game. It's just not a game I was ever planning on playing. And I'm not into Bethesda RPGs. But I am very, very interested in seeing what Starfield does for Xbox, for Game Pass, because Starfield could be the catalyst Starfield could be the catalyst that basically propels Game Pass to a new level, that there's gonna, like, with a subscription service like Game Pass, there's going to be a tipping point, right? And Microsoft hasn't reached that tipping point yet. They're hoping Starfield does it. I don't know that they're confident Starfield will be the thing that does it, though. And the reason why I say this is because we have to then look, well, why is Microsoft trying to acquire Activision Blizzard? I think what Microsoft is hoping is that Starfield and Redfall and these Bethesda games are going to help inflate Game Pass at hopefully a relatively rapid rate. But the real kill shot, so to speak, right? The tipping point is the day Microsoft says, hey, we put Bethesda games in the Game Pass, and now you get Call of Duty in Game Pass. And I think that is when basically the dam breaks, right? The dam breaks, and this is where you will see Game Pass absolutely explode, and Microsoft will have essentially achieved exactly what it is that they want to achieve, which is we have a subscription model in the video game industry that pretty much no one can touch. And when I think about that happening, I genuinely do wonder, what does that mean for Sony and their games? It could mean nothing. And I think that's really why I wanted to kind of mention this and have this discussion, because it could mean nothing for Sony. It could mean that for Sony, it's like, oh, yeah, look at that. Game Pass is 60, 70 million subscribers by 2027 or something, That's cool. We got Wolverine 2 coming out, and we got a new Uncharted. We got Bloodborne 2. I know. Never going to happen, but we got Bloodborne 2. And I'll be honest, I think Sony's just like, yeah, I think our games are still going to sell really, really well. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think that as time goes on, and as we begin to see that Microsoft is going to eventually achieve what they want to achieve, which is we want Game Pass to explode. And we want to have absolute must-have, right, games in Game Pass. I think that we're just going to see a complete separation where Sony is probably going to find that it turns out Microsoft can do this. Microsoft can put Starfield and Call of Duty and all of these games into Game Pass, and it's going to make Game Pass explode, and you're still going to be able to sell 10, 12, 15 million copies of your single-player AAA games. Now, I understand that Sony has, and this is the last thing I'm going to say on this because I'm not on this topic yet, but I do understand that maybe the big difference here is that Sony cares about being the primary platform. You know what I mean? And Sony does not want the PlayStation console to turn into the exclusive console, kind of like what Nintendo has been for a long time, right? Like where the main reason why people buy Nintendo's console, I mean, it is because it's hybrid, but also it's because of their games. It's because of the exclusive Nintendo games that you can only get by buying a Nintendo console. I think Sony does fear that happening to them, where Sony doesn't want the only reason a person is buying a PS5 is for God of War. The only reason a person is buying a PS5 and turning on their PS5 and playing their PS5 is to just play these single-player games. This is why Sony is making free-to-play games. This is why Sony's doing live service. I know it sounds ridiculous, and I promise I'm going to stop myself before I go deeper because I don't want this to spiral. But I just think it's worth noting that one of the things Sony said to these regulatory bodies that at first I think it sounded ridiculous to us, but it might actually be true. At least Sony believes it and does feel this way, is Sony said that we can't like there's nothing out there that can catch up to Game Pass right now. Like Sony acknowledged that, yeah, we have 46 or 47 million subscribers to PS Plus, and that is ahead of Game Pass, but it's different than Game Pass. And Game Pass will catch up, and people are subscribing to Game Pass for a very different reason than why people are subscribing to PS Plus. Mostly, it's for the multiplayer, right? And Sony, they said that they believe nothing can really catch Game Pass right now. Now, let me ask you, if Sony was lying about that and they didn't actually believe that, why would they put all of their stock in live service multiplayer games? See, I think Sony does actually believe that. I think Sony really does believe that Game Pass is not something that they're going to be able to compete with for multiple reasons. I think they believe it because they're not willing to put their games day and date because they can't afford to do so. They don't want to. Their games sell too well to do that. And they cannot buy publishers, or at least right now, they're not buying publishers like Activision Blizzard and Bethesda to leverage their games and put them into their service. These are two things that Microsoft is doing extremely aggressively that Sony either does not want to or cannot. So I do think that what Sony believes is that, look, we can't maybe catch up to Game Pass. We don't want to catch up to Game Pass. Maybe what we want to do is let's put out some successful live service games, because if we make a must play, think about this. Think about Sony creating a multiplayer live service game that's as popular as Call of Duty, that's as popular as Warzone, or potentially Fortnite, or GTA Online, or Apex Legends, or just any of these games that are considered, like, to a lot of people, must-play games. Now then consider that live service game, that extremely popular, extremely, I don't know how to put it, but it's just a must-play game. You can't play it on Xbox. You can't play it on Microsoft's ecosystem. You can't play it through Game Pass. It's free to play, but it's not on Xbox. Think about that. See, this is where I bet you a lot of people have not considered that. That right there is how Sony has their cake and they get to eat it too. Now, it hasn't happened yet. That's important to understand. It's important to understand that it's going to be immensely difficult for Sony to create a game on that level. But that's why they bought Bungie. Because where Sony is right now, we buy Bungie, we put 12 live service games into development. If just one of those games can reach that level of GTA Online, Minecraft, Call of Duty, whatever, Fortnite, suddenly Game Pass truly is not a threat to Sony anymore, because Sony has that leverage. You see, the problem that Sony has right now is they don't have a game like that. They don't have a game like that. They do not have a must-play, free-to-play multiplayer game. Every must-play, free-to-play multiplayer game is also available on Xbox. It's also available on, maybe except, I think, Genshin Impact? So that's a pretty big one. I think that's where Sony kind of learned, like, we should try to get more of these games. Now, the most important thing to say here before I move on is, if you're asking yourself, well, why is it so important for Sony to do this? How does this allow Sony to have their cake and eat it too? Think of it like this. If Sony creates a multiplayer free-to-play game that blows up as big as Fortnite or GTA Online, there are going to be millions upon millions of people that are going to prioritize playing this game. And that means they're going to buy a PlayStation, That means they're going to subscribe to PS. Maybe it'll be available if you subscribe to PS Plus. I don't know. They could do that. Or they'll play it through PC. But what it's going to ensure is that Sony is making the PlayStation ecosystem a must-have. You have to be part of the PlayStation ecosystem to play this game. And here's the kicker of it all. And we can still continue to sell our exclusive games at full price. And we don't have to worry about just becoming the single player, full priced Nintendo-esque like console, if that makes sense. So this is why I think Sony, when they said that they don't see Game Pass as a threat, or at least Jim Ryan said that. Apparently he said that behind closed doors. I think that really is how Sony views it. Like, they do not see it as a threat, but they do know that it's going to grow. They do know that it's going to eventually explode. And they also know that they don't want to, nor can they, do with PlayStation Plus what Microsoft is about to do with Game Pass. It's very interesting. I think when Jim Ryan said the future to us lies within live service games, because live service games in it of themselves are basically subscription services. And he's not wrong about that. Look at how attached to live service games people are. People will not go to a platform if it doesn't have their live service game that they want to play. They won't do it. They'll go to where that game is available. So it's interesting. It's really interesting to consider all this. And I know that this was basically a side quest that was brought on by Gabriel Ortiz Jr.'s question about how Starfield's going to sell in Game Pass. And I just thought that this was a really good time to basically explain that Microsoft does not care about game sales. They care about people subscribing to Game Pass. Starfield could flop sales-wise, and Microsoft does not care at all, right? If all those people are going in the Game Pass, that's what Microsoft cares about. And on top of that, we think about Sony and the importance of sales, but also how they do have to consider Game Pass is eventually going to get much bigger than it is now. What's their answer to that? It seems to me that their answer is live service games. That's Sony's answer to Game Pass. It's a fascinating divergence, I think. It's a fascinating path to go down, and we'll see what happens. Lorenzo, you're saying PWD employee here regarding bottled water. This is interesting. I appreciate you chiming in here. You're saying some companies like Coke, for their Dasani brand, do get their water from us filtered several times. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's reassuring, right? Because, look, I prefer spring water when I can get it, but it can be pretty expensive. You know what I mean? If you're buying like bottled spring water, it can be pretty expensive. And I do recycle, by the way. Which to me, that's important to recycle. But I have seen people claim that like brands like Dasani are just simply tap water, like literally just tap water, not even filtered. And so you're saying that you work for PDW, and that no, that's not true. The water is filtered several times. I would hope so, right? I would hope so. I've always assumed that if I'm buying a bottle of water, no matter what the brand is, it's at least been filtered, right? It's at least been filtered. So thank you for chiming in, though, Lorenzo. Definitely good to know. Jay Rembert, you're saying Starfield will sell millions on Steam and other platforms other than Xbox. You might be right about that. And to me, that's going to be, I think, scary for Sony. Or maybe not. Because the assumption is that Sony has said that they don't want to do day and date on PS Plus for their games because they won't be able to afford it. It's not sustainable. If Starfield comes out and it sells incredibly well on top of driving Game Pass numbers, that's going to, I don't know, that will definitely put pressure on Sony because it's like, hold on now. Are we going to witness a situation where a game can sell really well and also launch day and date into a service and prop that service up? Because I think that the general belief is that something has to give here, right? Like the general belief is that if a game launches into a service that's $10 to access, it's going to kill the sales of that game or severely hurt the sales of that game. We will see, man. We will see. This is why I'm so interested. Sorry, smashed my desk a couple times. I'm so interested to see how it plays out because that might happen. That might not happen. It'll be an interesting experiment. First time experiment. Top Shoutout, you're saying Microsoft is using Steam and PlayStation customers to subsidize Game Pass. They sell the games on Steam and PlayStation to fund Game Pass. I mean, I think that's true to only a certain extent, right? I feel like if that really was true, then Starfield would release on PlayStation. But because let's face it, if Starfield released on PlayStation, it would sell millions of copies. I think if there's anything that has occurred that proves my point that Microsoft does not want people to buy Starfield. Microsoft wants people to subscribe to Game Pass for Starfield. I think if there's anything that proves my point correct, it's the fact that Starfield will not be available on PlayStation. Because if that's true, man, Microsoft is giving up millions of sales on PlayStation by making it exclusive. Now, why would they do that? Right? Why would they do that? To me, it's clear. It's because they want people on Game Pass. They want PlayStation players who were going to buy Starfield on PlayStation to go not buy the game on Xbox, to subscribe to Game Pass to play it. That's what they want. And I think that makes total sense. When you look at Microsoft's ambitions and goals, that makes sense to me. So I do think to a certain extent, Top Shoutout, that is true. But I think as time goes on, we're going to see less and less games, less and less Microsoft games, Microsoft-owned games releasing on PlayStation. Look, again, I know when it comes to Call of Duty, people say like there's no way that Microsoft would ever take Call of Duty off PlayStation. They'll lose too many sales. I mean, maybe now, yeah. 10 years from now, I don't know. I really don't know. The playing field could look a lot different. I see somebody saying there's a lot of talk about Xbox, Game Pass, and Starfield for a PlayStation podcast. Yeah, that's true. But the main reason we're talking about it is because the original topic was about Spider-Man 2, and naturally the conversation sparks. It seems that Spider-Man 2 and Starfield are going to release in the same month, and these are two behemoth games on opposing platforms. So it just naturally brings up the question, like, what's going to happen here? How's Starfield going to do on Game Pass? How's Spider-Man going to do? How are the two going to, look, I think another question that people have is, will Spider-Man 2 outsell Starfield? It better. It absolutely better, because let me tell you something right now. If Spider-Man 2 doesn't outsell Starfield, Sony's got a major problem on their hands. Like a cataclysmic level problem on their hands. So to me, people ask the question, which game's going to sell better? It has to be Spider-Man 2 for Sony's sake. Dude, if Starfield outsells Spider-Man, Sony's going to be sweating bullets, bro. I'll be sweating bullets for them. Like, no way, dude. No way. Oh, you are screwed if that happens. but it won't. It can't. Like it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. That would. I mean, there's a chance that that could be a major anomaly, but that would be if there's anything that would rattle Sony's cage to the core, it would be if something like that happened. But I think right now, the general consensus, the logical conclusion is that Spider-Man 2 is going to sell a lot more copies than Starfield, because the only way you can get Spider-Man is by paying full price for it. So you're saying Sony is already rattled? Yeah, they might be. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know if they are or not. Sony's been behaving so strangely the past 6 months or so. I don't know anymore if Sony's rattled or not. I don't know if I can trust the way Sony is behaving in front of the regulators. I don't know if that's really how they feel. I don't know if they're putting on an act. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I really don't know. So maybe they are rattled already. Maybe they're not. All right, let me see. Let me continue with these super chats, and we'll probably move on to the next topic. No B-Dog Games, you're saying, does Tony Todd's tweet confirm a summer showcase? I think it does to an extent, not fully. Like, we already heard the rumor from Jeff Grubb that Sony is in the process of planning a major showcase to basically show like the second, like phase 2, I think is how he put it, of PlayStation 5 games and exclusives, which is very exciting to me. I love like that terminology, like phase 2, that gets me excited because it's been so long, right? And we've kind of seen Sony drag it out where it's like, okay, God of War is out, it's been out, now Spider-Man, and we really don't know anything else. Like, beyond Spider-Man 2, we don't have anything else from PlayStation Studios that we've actually seen and can say like, oh, maybe Wolverine to a certain extent, but even then. So it seems like, yeah, knowing that Sony's going to want to kick off the marketing of the game in August, launch it in September. Yeah, there's Final Fantasy, of course. Final Fantasy is big for Sony, but I'm talking like an actual PlayStation Studios like roadmap. You know what I'm saying? Not their partners, like not Silent Hill 2, not Death Stranding 2, not Final Fantasy 16. These are all huge games that are going to be big for PlayStation. But I'm talking like an actual PlayStation Studios roadmap, because when Sony did their events in 2020 for the PS5, we had a pretty good roadmap of what was coming for the PS5 for like a good year and a half minimum, 2 years or so. Yeah, there's Stellar Blade as well. But there's very little we know, truthfully, about PlayStation Studios. So I think his tweet alludes. I don't think it confirms. It certainly doesn't confirm a summer showcase, but it alludes to a showcase. Space D, you're saying Xbox just killed the $1 offer on Game Pass. Really? Is that like, did that just happen? Now? Like, I don't know if this is this. Let me see. I mean, I'm not seeing anything pop up. You saying it's true? You checked? Is that like, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything on it, so I don't know. Like, is that even considered big news? I mean, it makes sense that they would do this. It wouldn't surprise me. The timing is about right. I'm wow. I'm not seeing anything on it. Let me see real quick. Game Pass $1 deal. I don't know, man. Where are you guys hearing about this? Yeah, it's not. I guess it's not big news, but I'm not seeing anything pop up on it. I'm not seeing a single thing. But I guess all I can say to that is, if it is true, It's on the Xbox site. Okay. You saying Space Gambler is saying you check the Xbox app. There's no more $1 deal. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, it makes sense that they're gonna kill that off now, or at least kind of get rid of it, because that to me is something that Microsoft had to leverage during a time when they didn't have many games coming out as an easy way to just come on guys, like just come get in the Game Pass. It's $1. It's $1, right? But now that they're actually going to have games like Redfall and Starfield, it makes sense that we don't need to offer that dollar anymore. We can get that $10 because look, we have these games that people are probably going to want to play. So it makes sense. I think the timing is right. You know what? Not to keep talking about Game Pass here, but I do wonder this. I wonder when the price hike for Game Pass is going to happen, because we all know that's inevitable. That's going to happen. I just really wonder when. And I think that I don't know, man. Like, even if Microsoft increases the price of Game Pass by $5, they're not going to get negative press for that. It's like I'm telling you, some PlayStation fans and PlayStation hardcore, they might say, see, Microsoft sucks. They raised the price. But I'm telling you, like, people are not, they're going to be like, no, it's still a great deal. Still the best deal. And I think Microsoft is going to be able to just do that pretty easily. Now, I think if the day, it could be like 5 or 10 years, I don't know. It could be a long time from now. The day that Game Pass eventually becomes $20, people, I don't know, people might start to feel a little bit differently then. But maybe not. I don't know. But that's definitely something that's going to happen. SaxMax529, you're saying Microsoft wants to usher in the era of, quote, you will own nothing and you will like it, end quote. I hate to say it, man, but I feel like you're speaking, I think, in the video game landscape, but we're kind of already there. I hate to admit that, but we are already there. People today generally don't care about owning things, right? And a lot of people are happy about it. I'll be honest, I'm not like an extremist. I'm not an extremist. Like, I don't buy and own music, yet I listen to it every day. And I don't feel bad about it. I know that term, like, you will own nothing and you will like it, is used as like a, what's wrong with you? For, what's wrong with you people? But in reality, it's like, it depends on what matters to you, right? So, like, I'm trying to watch the John Wick movies again to get ready to see John Wick 4. I have the first movie and the second movie on 4K Blu-ray. And, I went and I pulled them out for the first time in a long time. And I'm watching them that way. And I realized, like, I don't have the third movie on Blu-ray. And I don't know, like, I might go out and, truthfully, I'll probably buy a physical copy of it because I don't know. There are some movies I do like to own. So once the fourth one comes out, the Blu-ray, I'll get that as well. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, after I finish the second movie, the next night, if I'm like, I want to watch the third one now, I don't have a physical copy. I wouldn't mind just like going on, I don't know, the Google Play Store, wherever, right? And just renting the 4K version for a night to watch it a couple days before I'm going to go watch the fourth one, right? And I'm not going to like freak out about that. I don't own the third movie, and that'll be the only time I get to watch it. And if I want to rent it again, I'll have to pay to do that. But that I'm okay with. Like, I'm not going to lose my mind. But again, it's like, it comes down to what you prefer. And it's, the reason why I would go out or order the 4K Blu-ray version of John Wick 3 is because I feel like I want to own that and collect it. And I have an intention of watching it again at some point in the future. And I don't want to have to worry about, looking it up and paying $4 to just watch it one time again. And so, again, I understand what you're saying. Microsoft wants to usher that era into gaming. But, I mean, look, man, a lot of people are already buying their games digitally. The majority of people are buying their games digitally. And the harsh reality, maybe, I don't know, it's Maybe it's not harsh for some people, but it's just the truth. If you buy a video game digitally, you do not own that game. You bought a license to that game. You don't own it. If something happens in the future where, for whatever reason, on the PlayStation Store, on the Microsoft Store, wherever, if something happens where they want to revoke your license, you can't do anything about it. And that doesn't happen, right? That like rarely happens. And so that's why people have a lot of security in buying a game digitally. But that's the thing, is if you buy a physical disc where the game is actually on the disc and there isn't a bunch of DRM nonsense, which is why people fight against it. This is why people fight against DRM. You know, theoretically speaking, if like the PlayStation Store blows up, you know, I don't know what would happen, but just the PlayStation Store blows up one day. If that were to happen and you turn on your PlayStation, all your games are going to be locked. You can't play them anymore. If you have those games on disc, you can put the disc in offline and play those games. And you can sell your games as well if that's something you want to do in the future. But, you know, we're at a time where digital is becoming more and more popular, more and more prevalent, and more people are becoming okay with not owning things. And it turns out that the only time people get upset about renting a license or just renting in general is if something happens suddenly that takes it away from them. But that's the thing, is you can't actually be mad about it when you opted into it. You get what I'm saying? So if you're somebody who chooses to buy digital items, buy items digitally, then if the day comes, it doesn't matter what the reasoning is. If the day comes where suddenly you lose access to it, you made that choice. You know what I mean? Like, you made that choice to go digital, and that was a risk you took. But thankfully, as I said, that rarely ever happens. Let me see here. Chris Gaming Show, you're saying, but I don't own the games on Game Pass. Once your membership expires, you have to buy the membership again to get back all the games you have on Game Pass. And there you go. There you go. That's the duality here, right? The duality is if you choose to embrace subscription services, you truly are embracing no more ownership. Like, that's the next level. If you buy a digital game, yes, you don't own it, but you don't have to keep paying for it. If you bought Resident Evil 4 digitally, right? Whether it's on Xbox, whether it's on PlayStation, you're right. You don't have to keep paying $10 a month to access that game. You just play it. So you don't necessarily own it on a physical level, right? The game can maybe one day be revoked for one reason or another, which would be, again, have to be an extreme reason for that to happen. But that is the inherent difference between paying full price for a video game versus, experiencing games through a service. I don't know if you can hear my cats. They're like fighting next to me. They're really loud. They're like screaming. All right, come on. Knock it off. Stop it. They're like aggressively fighting for literally no reason. But they're arguing over digital versus physical. And that's the thing, is if you choose to engage and experience games through a subscription service, the day you decide the day you decide you no longer want to be subscribed to it, you do lose access to those games. But that's kind of the leverage, right? That's kind of the leverage that a subscription service is trying to kind of impose upon you, where it's like, well, you don't want to lose access to those games, right? So just keep paying for it. And, the subscription service, the subscription model, as time goes on, I noticed that I'm easing up on more and more, where I have less and less of a problem with it. But I do still feel like I don't want that to be the primary and only way. Like, I would prefer a reality and a future where both can exist and be big and be separate, and people can just basically decide, like, I just want to buy my games and own them. And that's a viable option that's still extremely relevant, that is not, considered like outdated or whatnot. But I don't mind there being a subscription service model as an option where it's like, hey, if you don't care about owning games, and you don't mind staying subscribed, and you just want to kind of have new games cycled in and out, then that's there as well. And that's why I am like totally okay with what Sony's doing with PlayStation Plus, because to me it's a great balance. I think the way Sony has handled PlayStation Plus is really a good balance where they are doing great work for PS Plus Extra. Them just putting out Horizon onto PS Plus Extra. I mean, that's a game that I bought at full price over a year ago, and I played it, and I had I have a physical copy, and I collect it, and it's like, yeah, that's great, man. Like, I got everything I needed out of that at the time that I did it in the exact way that I wanted to do it. You want to Sony got all of their money from sales, and they want to put it onto their service, then that's great, because people who were like, you know what, I didn't play this game yet, and I'm not interested in buying it, but hell, it's on PS Plus, I'll go try it, and I think that's it's just a great balance, and I think it works. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I would be totally okay if Sony this is their model, right? This is their model. We release our premium games. If you want them at launch or within the first year and a half or so, buy them. If not, we'll eventually put it on our service, but you're going to have to wait. To me, that is the perfect middle ground for, that's the perfect hybrid model of prioritizing premium releases and making sure that, basically making sure that you can get your money back that you put into those games, while simultaneously communicating to people who don't want to buy games, who don't, they just want to wait for it. You can have it, but you're just going to have to wait. I think that's a good balance. Let me see. Top Shotta, you're saying Bethesda and ABK are unique publishers because they have gaming conventions in QuakeCon and BlizzCon with a cult following. They're guaranteed success. Yeah, I agree. I think that it did work out pretty perfectly for Microsoft, where I don't blame Microsoft when they found out, like, hold on, Bethesda wants to be purchased. They're willing to be purchased. Wait, hold on, Activision's willing to be purchased? That's a big thing that I think is lost on a lot of people with this entire conversation, is that people do forget, or maybe just are straight up unaware, that these companies have to want to be purchased. And both of these companies that Microsoft went after did want to be purchased. And we could make the argument that Sony probably could have made a play for Bethesda. Realistically, Sony could have afforded Bethesda if they wanted them. It kind of makes you wonder why they didn't make a move. Were they unaware? Did Microsoft get there first? Did Microsoft offer a lot more money? I mean, maybe Sony just genuinely wasn't interested in owning Bethesda. Maybe it just seemed like too much for them. I don't know. But that is important to know. And you're definitely right that these two publishers, Bethesda and Activision, they have extremely loyal followings and communities. And I think that's absolutely something. That's a big reason for sure why Microsoft pursued them so aggressively and is still pursuing them so aggressively, or at least Activision. So you're definitely right. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, I believe Sony games can definitely catch up to Game Pass, knowing how high the demand for their games are. Sony can also get with a very high, rich Japanese company to achieve that, so that they can support them. Well, I will tell you, when it comes to Sony's financial, or their situation with the amount of capital that they have, financial capital, they're I'm going to be interested to see Sony's next earnings, because here's something that's about to happen. And we're going to have I could be wrong about this, but I'm expecting to learn quite a lot. Sony's fiscal year is ending in a couple days, okay? And starting April 1st, the new fiscal year for PlayStation begins. Now, Sony has been completely silent, but that's about to end to a certain extent. I'm not saying that Sony's going to make announcements, but we're going to get a good idea of Sony's plans going forward. And we're going to learn how much money they're setting aside for acquisitions. We're going to learn what their plans are for, continuing to grow and to basically make their shareholders happy. And I think that the reason why we really want to pay close attention to this fiscal year roundup and recap and they're going to present to their shareholders, because, dude, their shareholders are absolutely going to want some answers. Like, Sony, what's going on with this whole Activision Blizzard thing? What are your plans? And this is, this is really, to me, going to be so interesting to observe and to learn and to listen, because Jim Ryan, he's going to have to make an appearance to his shareholders, and Sony has to communicate. That's what I'm trying to say. Sony, at the very least, has to communicate to their shareholders, and I'm pretty sure their shareholders right now are definitely look, as gamers, we're extremely curious about how Sony's going to handle the situation. These are people who are investing money into the company. They want to know, Sony, what are you doing? Like, what is your plan? And I'm very, very interested to hear about this, because we may learn some very important things. I hope we do. I can't imagine that Sony can, talk to their shareholders at the end of the fiscal year. You're saying their earnings is on May 9th? Okay, so maybe it's going to take a little bit longer. I know that the fiscal year ends in a couple days and the new one begins on April 1st, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's not going to happen until May. You're right. And now that I'm thinking about it, that makes more sense. They never usually do it like immediately as soon as it turns over. So it's worth noting. I don't know how much people care about this, but it might be relevant. I think it will be relevant. PlayStation's going to... Sony, not PlayStation. Sony as a company is going to have a new president starting April 1st. Our man, Hiroki Totoki. He is Sony's chief financial officer. So basically, Hiroki Totoki has essentially been responsible for Sony's finances and their profits, everything. So he must have done a pretty good job. He definitely did a good enough job that he got promoted to president, and he's still going to maintain his position as CFO. So, Hiroki Totoki, knowing he's going to be the president of Sony, he said that his main focus when he becomes president is extreme growth. So we might want to pay attention to that. You're saying, isn't he still new? Actually, no. I think Hiroki Totoki's been with Sony for a very, very long time. And knowing that his priority as the president of Sony is going to be extreme growth, I don't think that's bad. It really depends on how he wants to execute it. It's worth noting he's talking about the entirety of Sony. I would argue that not much is going to need to change for PlayStation, because PlayStation has been growing very well. I mean, just look at how many people are now exposed to The Last of Us IP, thanks to The Last of Us HBO. So I think they're on point there. But New Soul 9, I do want to say that I think when you point out here that you think if Sony puts their games into PlayStation Plus day and date, they would definitely be able to catch up to Game Pass. It's worth noting, dude, that it's strange because Sony is technically ahead of Game Pass, but it's because they're still two different services, you know? If Sony announced tomorrow, hey, we're releasing our exclusive games day and date onto PlayStation Plus, like, then suddenly, yeah, they now have a service that is exactly like Game Pass, that is ahead of Game Pass. And it would grow substantially. And I do think that if Sony was to try to compete with Game Pass on the exact same level that Microsoft is doing it, they would beat them at first, but they would run out of money. And then Microsoft would ultimately still beat them because Microsoft will not run out of money. Do you see what I'm saying? Microsoft can afford what Sony cannot. And that's exactly why Sony is not competing with Game Pass in the exact same way. So you're right. They would catch up, but they would ultimately lose because they wouldn't be able to afford it anymore. And that's to me, that's pretty funny because Microsoft and Sony both know that, and they're like, all right, we can't do it. So thank you for that, New Soul 9. DS, you're saying Fallout 4 sold. Hold on, you're saying Fallout 4 sold 12 million copies in 24 hours. Check again. That cannot, no way. There's no way. How is that true? That cannot be an accurate stat. That's mind-blowing. You're saying Pete, that we learned that from Pete Hines from Bethesda. You're saying it sold fast instantly but slowed down. I don't know, man. That to me is difficult to believe. Maybe it's true. I see more and more people saying it's true, so maybe it is true. Well, if that is true though, that's so strange to me because if a game sold 12 million copies in its first 24 hours, you would assume that game would go on to be by far and away the most purchased game. And what I saw is apparently Skyrim has outsold ultimately Fallout. So I guess that does mean that Fallout sales did really. Okay, my name is Mud saying no, it did not. Its total sales were 13.4 million. Well, yeah, you know what? Let's put it aside for a second. What is the total sales? You're saying the total sales for Fallout 4 is 13.4 million? Okay, if that's true, then it doesn't really matter how many copies it sold in its first 24 hours because, and that's to me, so you're telling me Fallout 4 sold 12 million copies in 24 hours, and then for the years after that, it only sold like another 1.5 million copies. 1.2 million, not 12. There we go. Now that sounds believable. That sounds believable. You're saying Fallout 4 sold 1.2 million copies in its first 24 hours. To me, 1.2 million is a lot more believable than 12 million. It's on Wikipedia. Well, either way, I'll be honest, I'm not too worried about it. You know, like maybe when this podcast is over, I'll do some research. You're saying 1.2 million just for Steam. Yeah, okay. I think I read that earlier too. So Ricky, you're saying no, it was 12 million. Do a Google search. Dude, I did that exact Google search. I'm pretty sure there's something getting lost in translation here. Because you're right, I did read that. I literally just talked about that, how I read 12 million copies in 24 hours. But I think something's getting a little... Now there's an argument. No, it's 12 million. It's 1.2 million. It is what it is, man. I'm not too worried about it. Fallout 4 is Fallout 4, or Fallout. Yeah, Fallout 4 is Fallout 4. I was going to say, maybe now let's just see how well Fallout 5 sells. Let's see what Fallout 5 does. When's Fallout 5 coming out? In 2035? We'll see. We'll see. It sold 1 billion. Well, there we go. Now we know. Fallout 4 sold 1 billion copies. All right, we can move on now. Buck, you're saying you never hold Sony's feet to the fire. No day one first party PS Plus games. If just one game, Call of Duty, they won't unless they raise the price with no PSVR 2 games in PS Plus. Buck, I think if I'm reading your super chat correctly, you're basically saying that I need to be harder on Sony for not offering more day one first party PS Plus games. Well, that's a tough one for me, Buck. It really is, because if I was an enthusiast when it comes to subscription services, I probably would be a lot harder on Sony in saying, like, I really wish that they would start doing it more. Maybe not all the time, but more. And I wish that they would bring their games to PS Plus sooner. But the reason why that's so tough for me is because I do prefer to buy and own my games. I do most of the time prefer to buy physical copies to collect my games. So that, for me on a personal level, makes it really difficult to be hard on Sony for that. And to be honest, I do think so. I mean, I believe Sony. Maybe Sony's lying, but when Sony says we cannot sustain that model with our games and the amount of money we put into our games, I believe them. I do. Maybe I'm naive for believing, but I believe that, because I've always questioned, how can Microsoft be willing to put all of their AAA games day and date into a $10 service? It's because they're eating the cost and they're not making a profit off of it. They just spent $68 billion. They're not making a profit, They're doing the opposite of making a profit. Eventually, they hope to make a profit, but they need to spend a lot of money. So I don't think it's comparable. I'll be honest, this is why I said earlier that the fact that Sony is able to find this middle ground where it's like, we aren't doing day and date, we won't do day and date, we can't do day and date. But I still think there's something to be said for Horizon Forbidden West launching into PS Plus just 1 year later. Just 1 year later. I think there's something to be said for that. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe, Buck, maybe from where you're coming from, you think that Sony should be doing more. We'll see. I will point out, the past couple of months, Sony has been seemingly attempting to secure more day one PS Plus games, like Chia, and I think next month it's Behavior Interactive's new game, Meet Your Maker, I think is what it's called. So they're definitely pushing a little bit harder now to secure some day one releases into PlayStation Plus. And that might be what Sony sticks to going forward. Just, you're saying it flopped. I don't know if it flopped or not. I'll be honest, a game like Chia, it's not, that's a game I honestly am not very interested in. New Soul 9, thank you for the $2, man. You also have another $5 super chat. Appreciate it, bud. You're saying, Space Gambler Jr., you're saying it didn't flop. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see how it could. It's launching on the PS Plus, They already made their money. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, I hope you can see there's actually a reason to own an Xbox console, because with Game Pass, you constantly got to keep paying. That's a good point. You're right. I think the worst thing that Microsoft could do is remove the option to own an Xbox console and to own your games. And they're not doing that. And I don't know. I don't know how I would be if I were to buy an Xbox Series X. That's how I would interact with the Xbox ecosystem. But I don't know if I would buy their games or not. Like, I don't know if I would. I mean, maybe physically I would do it for the collection, but I will, even as somebody who prefers to buy and own and collect my games, I do see the appeal where it's like, just knowing, hey man, if you subscribe to Game Pass, you can just play all of Microsoft's games right there. It is tempting. It's a tempting offer for sure. And so that would be more of like I would have to make the decision. Do I want to make sure I can keep going back and playing this game and play this game whenever I want? Or do I want to collect an Xbox physical collection? Is that something that matters to me? So, these are questions that if I do purchase a Series X down the line to play some Microsoft games, I'll have to figure out. Should I give Game Pass a go? Should I see how it is? Or should I just stick to what I know and what I usually prefer, and that is just buy the games to own them? I will say, for like a game like Hellblade 2, for example, I really feel I would probably want to buy and own that game, like a physical copy. Because Hellblade 2 looks awesome, and I just feel like kind of excited about that game. Same thing eventually for a game like State of Decay 3. But I don't know. I don't know if I would be like, maybe I'll subscribe to Game Pass to try Redfall, right? I don't know. Because that's a game I don't know that I would feel confident paying $70 for. And knowing that it's like there, like right there to just play for $10 and try, maybe I would. So we'll see. We'll see what the future holds there. Sweet Tooth, you're saying, I was going to unsub after that rant went overboard, but you're a good dude. I hope to see content on par with Ryan. I think you have the potential to do that. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad. That's... I can't undo what's done. I can just say, look, I do think I went a little overboard, and it got went a little bit over the top, for sure. And so I don't know. I mean, you're mentioning Mystic Ryan. I don't know if I can. He has like top tier PlayStation content. He does crazy stuff. That's the thing. He does crazy stuff that I would never even think of doing. So I don't know if I can ever get to that level necessarily, but my hope is that people just appreciate listening to what I have to say and hanging out with me and talking games. So, and hopefully my news videos as well. So I appreciate that, Sweet Tooth. Time to move on to the next topic. Let's be honest right now. We talked about multiple topics over the course of the past 2.5 hours. The main topic that I started with was Spider-Man 2, and obviously due to the nature of Super Chats, we segued into a few different topics, such as talking about, Game Pass and Starfield, the September release of Spider-Man 2 going up against Starfield, and the different business models, and a little bit of the Activision Blizzard situation as well, and some bottled water versus tap water. We talked a little bit about that. I'm actually saying this out loud now to help keep myself on track and coherent as to where we've been and where we're going over the course of this episode. So for the sake of ensuring that I'm able to cover these topics, because I'll be honest, I know that people say they're tired of hearing about it, but I know for a fact that quite a few of you are here to discuss this right now, and people do want to hear me talk about it. And I think there are important things that we have to derive from it. So we're basically going to cover 3 topics in one. And do not worry, I'm going to do my absolute best to make sure that the remainder of the podcast is not solely focused on this topic, because I do have other things I want to discuss. Okay? If it goes to 5 hours, then so be it. We'll go to 5 hours. But I want to make sure that I don't just talk about this. All right? So the first thing we're going to cover here is the fact that the UK regulatory body, the CMA, the Competition Markets Authority, has suddenly changed their tune. They have changed their mind, and they are no longer siding with Sony. They have come out and they've made it clear that when it comes to Sony's concerns, and let's go over that for just a moment here. What are Sony's concerns? Sony's concern is if Microsoft is allowed to purchase Activision Blizzard and own Call of Duty, that's going to hinder and hurt and stagnate competition in the console gaming space. Okay, that's what Sony has said. The CMA has basically sided with Sony. The CMA has sided with Sony in basically saying that we think that will happen as well. And basically, other than the FTC, the UK regulatory body is the biggest friend, I guess, asset that Sony has had in this entire situation. An argument could be made that the reason why Sony has went in so hard and refused this so hard and fought against it so hard is simply because they believed that the CMA would block this and that would be enough to make Microsoft have to drop it. Things have changed. Things have changed. In the past couple of months, here's where we sit now. The European regulatory body, we heard reports that when they give their final verdict, they are going to come out and say, we're okay with it. You got the green light, Microsoft. That's what we've been hearing. It seems that Microsoft did a good enough job convincing the European regulatory body that, hey, this should be allowed to go through. Okay? Now, after that, we are seeing the UK regulatory body straight up come out and say, this is fine. This is not going to hurt competition. And the only thing that the UK regulatory body is worried about is cloud gaming, which Sony's not involved with. Okay? So all Microsoft is going to have to do is basically just give them a few concessions with cloud gaming. Maybe they'll have to do virtually nothing, and that's it. So now Microsoft will essentially have convinced the EU, they will have convinced the CMA, and the only one left, and this to me is interesting because I don't know what's going to happen, but I feel like there's a certain logic behind it. The only one left is the FTC, or North America's regulatory body. And as we know, the FTC is straight up suing Microsoft, taking them to court. There's going to be a legal battle, I believe, in August, where it's Microsoft up against the FTC. And based off of what we know, it seems that the FTC is going to potentially be fighting a losing battle. The FTC has a weaker case against Microsoft, and there is an argument, I believe, logically speaking, to be made. You're saying FTC is America, not North America. Well, yeah, whatever. I mean, you get what I'm saying. It's America's regulatory body. There is a logical argument to be made that now the FTC has an even harder case to make, an even more difficult case to make against this acquisition in court, because now the court is going to see, well, the CMA was originally against it, and then after evaluating it, they determined it's okay. The EU was originally against it, and after evaluating it and listening to Microsoft, and that's the most important thing, after listening to Microsoft, they deemed it's okay. So it seems like the FTC is going to be standing alone in this battle. And the only other, here's where I worry as a PlayStation fan. I'm worried that Sony is going to try to stand with the FTC and fight what is, in my opinion, clearly a losing battle. And I'm praying, Sony, please don't do this, because I can't take any more. And I think I speak for the majority of PlayStation fans when I say I can't take any more of Sony just going out here to just lose in such a clear way, because that's the thing here. That's the thing with the UK, right? Sony basically got slapped in the face here. That's pretty much what happened. Sony saw that the CMA was listening to them and believing them and siding with them and saying, this is going to be bad, guys. Don't let it go through. Don't do it. Don't do it. And the CMA is like, oh, yeah, I don't know, Microsoft. This is going to be bad. And then just like that, they turn to Sony and you're like, actually, you know what? Nah. You're saying you're being dramatic again. The deal was always going to go through with concessions. And that may be true. That may be true. Based off of what I could tell, there prior to the CMA siding with Microsoft, based off of what I can tell, there was some uncertainty to an extent where there was enough pushback between the CMA, the EU, and the FTC that some people were saying this might be too much for Microsoft to handle, to fight. And I'll give credit to Microsoft here, man. They are fighting. They did not back down. They're like, we want this, and we are going to fight for it. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I'm not being dramatic here when I say Sony and Microsoft have been fighting pretty aggressively. They're fighting each other over this. Microsoft didn't want to fight. Microsoft wanted to make their purchase, deal with whatever it is they got to deal with, and move on. Sony said, no way. No way. We are not just going to roll over. We are not just going to say nothing. We are not just going to do nothing. We're going to be against this and against you. And we are going to try to be a thorn in your side. We are not going to be compliant. And at first, I think that seemed like a pretty logical thing from Sony's perspective to do. But it seems like it's just not really working out for them. It seems like Sony is taking some L's. Now, granted, there is an argument, I think, to be made where we have to remember that according to Jim Ryan, the original... You're saying... hold on, is that true? The FTC under Lina Khan has had 8 court losses in a row. Wow. Really? So Lina Khan, I know, she's like the chairman of the FTC. If that's true, that's bad. That's really bad. That's crazy if true. At that point, you really got to wonder, why are you doing this? If you lost 8 times in a row, the chances of you winning that 9th time, oof, not looking good. Now, that would actually make complete sense. That would make complete sense why Microsoft does not fear the FTC. Number 9 incoming. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Mark Lovan, you're saying, I'm here late, restarting now. What's your top 3 most anticipated games coming this year? Hope you and your family are doing well. Happy Sunday. Well, thank you, man. Me and my family are doing well. I appreciate you asking. My top 3 games coming this year right now, I'm playing one of them. I just started that being Resident Evil 4 Remake. Next up, Final Fantasy 16. I'm getting more excited about that as we get closer. I am very much looking forward to Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and I actually am looking forward to Dead Island. Dead Island looks like some good fun. And then there's Spider-Man 2, obviously. Right now, these are the games that are at the forefront of my mind. But yeah, right now I'm playing one of my most anticipated games, that being RE4, and I can't wait to talk about it later in this podcast. Absolutely, absolutely excited to talk about that. You're saying they lost against, so thank you for that, Mark. You're saying they lost against, the dude is saying somebody lost against the FTC. I don't know who. You sound foolish saying Microsoft isn't scared. Why do you think nobody uses Explorer? Well, yeah, you might be right. I don't know. I do think that Microsoft definitely has, I mean, look, if you are Microsoft, you have to respect the fact that you're about to go battle the FTC in court. Like, you have to respect that. You can't just laugh at that. You can't just take that as some kind of joke. It's a big deal. And it can be a very long, drawn-out process. You're saying Microsoft lost against the FTC in 2001? That's true. Yeah, but that's a long time ago, man. That is a long time ago. And they could lose. That's the thing, is even though based off of what I've looked into, it seems that Microsoft has a stronger case against the FTC. There is still the possibility they could lose. So to say that this is over We can't say that yet. I wish we could. I wish I could say this is officially over. We're not quite there yet, but this does seem like it could be the beginning of the end in a good way. In a good way. The fact that a regulatory body such as the CMA, who is notoriously stubborn, from what I understand, the fact that they went from, yeah, we're totally against this, to, you know what, actually, we did the math. We did the math, we crunched the numbers, and suddenly the FTC the CMA has decided that it makes no sense for Microsoft to make Call of Duty exclusive. And you better believe that Microsoft is out here. Microsoft is out here definitely celebrating this. And I think that my big takeaway from this, from a PlayStation perspective, okay? This is from not a fanboy perspective or anything like that. This is just straight up from like somebody who is who likes PlayStation, who is excited about their games, wants to see more games announced. The level of disappointment that I will experience when it comes to PlayStation and Sony as a whole, if after this, if they keep fighting and they keep going, I will have reached a new low in terms of how disappointed I am in PlayStation and in their leadership and in Sony. Because enough is enough. It really is. People can tell me, hey man, they're doing what they should be doing. I don't care. That I can say from a personal level, I don't care anymore. I no longer have any empathy for Jim Ryan and for the executives at Sony, because that's not my job. My job is not to support somebody else's job. My job is to be a PlayStation fan on this channel, because that's what I am. That's why I'm here. And if Sony, you're saying that sounds like a you problem, it's not just my problem. I think it's a big problem for a lot of PlayStation fans right now. I can assure you of one thing, and that is I am not the only one that wants this to be done. To be honest, I don't even care if the FTC wins. I don't. Because I just want Sony to be out of the equation. That's what I want more than anything. And I'll be honest with you. I was actually quite happy to see this. I was quite happy to hear that the CMA changed their mind, because to me, what that meant is it has to be over now, right? Like, this was one of Sony's biggest allies, and they just, at the flip of a switch, after doing a little bit of math, said, Sony, you're wrong. We're siding with Microsoft. And so I guess I'm trying to say that if it was that easy for Microsoft to convince the EU and now the CMA, I genuinely do have to question, what kind of case does the FTC have against Microsoft? Because if it was that easy, like I said, just the snap of a finger, the flip of a switch, boom. It's just, here's the green light. I really genuinely have to question, what kind of case does the FTC have against Microsoft? What are the chances that the FTC is going to present a case strong enough that allows a judge to basically say, well, Every other regulatory body said this was okay. You're the only regulatory body that remains standing against this. What I can say is the FTC is going to have to be on point. The FTC is going to have to make sure that they can essentially slice and dice Microsoft during this court battle to a degree in which Microsoft has nothing left to say. It's not my problem. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not part of the FTC. I'm not part of Microsoft. But I just really sincerely hope that Sony lets this go, because this is, if there's one thing that I am tired of seeing, is Sony. The only time I'm seeing them talked about, most of the time, like 95% of the time, the only time I see people talking about Sony is to basically talk about this and how annoyed they are that Sony is just constantly out here, trying to get in the way of this. And I am tired of it. I've spent a lot of time being understanding of Sony and understanding that, I mean, look, Call of Duty is a big deal on PlayStation. I know that Sony's going to protect their investments and their interests. I get that. I've gotten that this whole time. But when I see something like this, where just out of nowhere, one day it's, hey, we're on Sony's side. The next day, you know what, Sony? Nah. We're with Microsoft on this one. I'm ready. I'm just absolutely ready for this to end. And I'm making the stand. I'm taking the stance right now. I see Wrestling Marker asking if this is the final topic. No, this is not the final topic of the show. I want to take the stance right now. I'm making it clear right now that if Sony continues to fight this after this news, that the CMA basically just slapped Sony in the face and said, peace. You guys are wrong. That's what the CMA is saying to Sony. Translation, the CMA says to Sony, you are wrong. If Sony continues to push and fight this, I am not supporting them. I'm not supporting that, and I'm not supporting them. That's where I draw the line, where, look, I've had my issues that I've made clear with Microsoft. I have made it clear that I do not condone Microsoft's pursuit of just buying. I do not condone that. I do not condone a lot of what's happening. But I am at a point where when the writing is on the wall, I can accept that, okay, this is pretty clearly going to happen to a certain extent. And look, I said it in one of my previous streams, but I didn't say it on my podcast, and so I want to say it here. While I do not know, and this is, I think, the most important thing I could say about this entire situation at this moment in time. While I do not know what the future implications of Microsoft owning Activision Blizzard are, I cannot predict that. I cannot say one way or the other, this is what will happen. I do not know. What I can say for certain is this. If this goes through and it is passed, I know for a fact it will apply immense pressure to Sony. I know for a fact it will require Sony to do more work. I know for a fact it will require them to be on their toes and to fight a lot harder. So at this point in time, while I in the past, I've listened to Sony's arguments, I've listened to their reasoning, I've listened to other people's reasoning. I've taken in a lot of opinions, a lot of information. I've heard a lot of reasons why it would be detrimental and bad for Microsoft to own Activision Blizzard. I've heard a lot of reasons as to why this should be stopped and this should be blocked. And I've entertained those reasons. And I've even backed up some of those reasons. But at the end of the day, as I said, when the writing is on the wall and it's pretty clear that everybody except one is okay with it, maybe it's time for that one to just take a step back and reevaluate your focus. Reevaluate the battle that you're fighting. Pick and choose your battles more accordingly now. Again, I do not fault Sony. I do not fault Sony for fighting this. I do not feel that Sony has done anything wrong at first by deciding that we need to do what we can to try to stop this. I completely understand that. But at this point in time, as a PlayStation fan, not as a Sony executive, not as a Sony shareholder, as a fan, as somebody who cares about playing my PlayStation and playing PlayStation games, I would be totally fine with Sony signing that 10-year contract and then proceeding to announce new games, to have a showcase, to maybe find some more developers that can begin to create more first-person shooters for your platform. Because there is one thing that Microsoft said that I actually am in agreement with. William, really quick, you're saying, and I'm going to get to these super chats in just a moment, but William, you're saying if Sony stops fighting this after the April 26th official regulator statement, then expect to see Sony acquire a publisher. And that's something else I want to talk about here. Because look, I've said it before and I will say it again. I do think that there are downsides, certainly, to industry consolidation. There is a downside to the idea and the notion that publishers are now free game, right, to be picked up. Now maybe publishers are going to be more inclined to wanting to sell. That can become problematic. But at this moment in time, I do genuinely feel that the wiser decision for Sony going forward, knowing that the FTC is the only one at this point that is fighting this, the wiser decision for Sony might be stop fighting Microsoft, sign the 10-year contract, and start talking to publishers. Start talking to anybody that can give you a loan, basically. Start changing your tune and changing your focus to, okay, we tried to stop this. We failed. Maybe now we have to fight fire with fire. Now, again, I'm not saying that I'm advocating for that. I'm not saying that, I want to see everybody get bought now. But this is a battle, as you know. I don't like to. I know I don't want to. I don't want to frame it that way, but I don't know any other way to frame it. This is a battle of corporations and ownership. And so at this point in time, what I can say is that if Sony shifted their focus and they came out and they said, we're signing the 10-year contract, and that's obviously Sony admitting defeat, admitting that this is going to go through. And then not too long after that, they announce we are in talks to acquire this publisher, whoever it might be. I would not be angry with Sony. I would be understanding. I would say that, to me, makes logical sense. It's scary and it's bizarre, frankly. It would be bizarre to see Sony announce the acquisition of a major publisher, because a couple of years ago, I would have said there's no chance that that could ever happen. That's not what's like, that's just unthinkable. But these are unprecedented times in the video game industry. And we are seeing things that at one point in time people thought would never happen. And I think we're going to continue to see things that will surprise people. But let me ask you, and I have a question for my audience or for anybody who's listening to this after the fact. Would you be surprised? Would you be surprised if Sony decided to attempt to buy a publisher, to try to talk to a publisher to purchase? Would that surprise you? And they announced it. I'm just curious to see what people are going to say. I see people saying I will admit, I'm talking with a very dramatic tone. I am. I understand that. I see most people are saying no. I do see somebody saying yes. You're saying the words are dramatic? There's certainly a dramatic undertone to everything I'm saying. But I'm trying to keep it as level-headed as I can. I'm trying to keep it as fair as I can in my assessment of this, because I'm trying to speak about this with the understanding that Sony isn't necessarily my friend, they are a business. Microsoft isn't necessarily my friend, they are a business. And this is about competition. And this is about these two competitors doing what they feel is necessary to give them the necessary edge that they're going to need to either compete or to eventually win that competition. I'm trying to speak about it under that umbrella. And, you know, I cannot help but inject a bit of my own personal emotion into this, because one of the reasons truly why I just want to see Sony give this up is because I'm sick and tired of seeing them get dragged and allow themselves to be dragged over and over and over again, because it's not my job to fight their battle. I'm not going to come out here when everybody is pretty much universally saying Sony shouldn't do this or Sony's bad for doing that. I can come out here and say one thing or say another, but at the end of the day, if I'm not saying, yeah, Sony's bad for doing that, then I'm going to get dragged with Sony. And to me, that's not fun. That's not what I want to talk about. Like, I wish at the very least, while Sony was in the process and in the midst of doing this, I wish that, can you at least announce some new games? You know, like, or put on a state of play that's not bad? Can you do a showcase? Can you give us a Spider-Man trailer? Can you do literally anything? But instead, Sony has remained silent. That's not to say that Sony hasn't done anything. Yes, PSVR 2, that's great, right? PSVR 2 is great, and that's something. You've done a state of play, that's something. I think it was a very poor state of play. But there's no denying that there is just this feeling in the air. If you ask any PlayStation fan, even those who bought PSVR 2, even those who thought that state of play wasn't as bad as it was, there is a feeling in the air and a sense that if you talk to the PlayStation community, they will tell you, this kind of sucks and something just isn't right here. This isn't what we want from Sony. And maybe there are some PlayStation fans that will say, this is what I want from Sony, and I'm going to need some explanation. That's all. Like, if somebody were to say that they love what Sony's doing right now, or they're okay with what Sony's doing, I need somebody to tell me why. Like, as a fan, like, what is there to enjoy about this? What is there to feel good about? William Aguilar, I love it, man. William is so, you are absolutely you believe that Sony will try to go for EA. That's fascinating. I mean, I feel like the closest thing, if I had to assume, a PlayStation fan might say, like a particular PlayStation fan might say, well, I'm okay with Sony doing this because I don't want to see Sony lose Call of Duty, or I understand why Sony is afraid to lose Call of Duty, or I understand that if Sony loses Activision Blizzard to Microsoft, uh, they might not be able to be number one anymore. And I'll be honest, like, I feel like Sony's arguments at this point, and I mean this, I feel like Sony's arguments have kind of been proven false. Truthfully, like, I don't think these regulatory bodies would just simply let Microsoft do this if they really thought, like, if they actually, as they have done, they sit down and they crunch the numbers and they look at everything and look, man, if they really thought, truly, if they came to the conclusion that if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard, Sony is toast, they would not let it go through. But the conclusion they're coming to, and I hate to say this, it's tough to admit because it does make basically what Microsoft has been saying look true. And I mean, look, I think the things that Microsoft is saying to an extent are true, but I think Microsoft has been presenting those things in a really friendly, overly exaggerated manner, just as Sony has presented these things in a very dire, over-exaggerated, like, we will be toast. Like, no, do you hear yourself? No, you won't. You know you won't. And I think that's the problem, is it really has come down to, when you look at both sides of this coin, on one side, you have Sony coming out and presenting this future where Sony is not only not number one anymore, but maybe we're gone. Maybe we're gone. Maybe we can't compete anymore. Which automatically sounds like, wait, Call of Duty's that important? So you immediately question, like, hold on now, Sony, just how that can't be true. It just simply can't be. But then on the other side, you have Microsoft trying desperately to present this as, this is the greatest thing that will ever happen to this industry. And that automatically makes me, whoa, hold on now. I don't know about all that. Right? Like, that notion that Microsoft is presenting, the reason why it comes off as a little bit ridiculous is because surely there's something in it for you, right? Like, there has to be something in it for you. And there is. And I understand that Microsoft is trying everything they can, understandably so, to avoid talking about it in that way. Right? And I think this is where my stance, the reason why my stance on this ultimately has changed, it's really because I tried to buy in. I tried to buy in to this notion that Sony put forth. The notion that Sony put forth is, if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard and they get Call of Duty, this is going to severely damage the industry and severely damage Sony. And I will admit that over time, as this has gone on, and the more time that I've had to think about it, to process it, and to really give it a lot of evaluation, I've come to my own personal conclusion that I don't believe that for a second. I specifically with Sony, I do not believe for a second that even if 10 years from now Call of Duty's pulled from PlayStation, I don't think that means PlayStation takes a hit so detrimental that it's now over for you, Sony. You're done. You're toast. It's over. Pack it up. Go home. No way. No, because what that implies, here we go. You ready? What that notion implies is that Sony is going to sit on their ass and do nothing for 10 years. And that's where I call Sony's bluff. I do. I'll be honest. You're saying I changed my stance because it's going through now. I mean, look, man, I won't lie. I mean, I pretty much admitted it here that I've tried to side with Sony because it seemed like, well, I mean, it's Sony and I like Sony and I like PlayStation and I should just side with them because Microsoft shouldn't just. And it's because I have my own personal problem with what Sony or with what Microsoft is doing too. Like, people who are listening to this, you think, oh, you're okay with it now because I lost. No, listen, I'm not just okay. Both can be true at the same time. I am not just okay with Microsoft buying publishers to get ahead. Like, to me, that is not the ideal way to do it. And that is not a respectable way to do it. But I am understanding enough that, okay, you're a business and you're going to do what you got to do. Just like now, I'm thinking to myself, well, Sony, you're a business as well, and I understand you want to be number one, but maybe now the time has come, Sony, if you want to keep that number one position, right? If you want to keep that number one position and you don't want that to be under threat, make a move of your own. Make multiple moves. Get to work, basically. Stop wasting your energy on fighting a losing battle. That's what has changed in me. It's not, oh, Sony, you guys are crybabies and you guys are the worst in the industry because you're trying to protect your market share. Like, look, Microsoft would be doing the same thing if they were under threat. It's how it goes. We can all acknowledge this. But I am just ready for Sony to stop playing this role of victim, to stop playing the role of we are afraid to get steamrolled. Sony, you're not going to get steamrolled. Okay? You're going to have Call of Duty. If you sign that deal, you will have Call of Duty for 10 years. That's a long time. And I will admit that I have questioned why Microsoft is unwilling to extend that. And apparently, looking into it, and people have informed me that apparently you just can't make a contract longer than 10 years. I don't know if there's actually like a rule against this or something, but apparently everybody who has some type of understanding of how these things work, they all say the same thing, that yeah, that's not a thing. A contract beyond 10 years is just not a thing. So that, I guess, to me, that would explain. You're saying 10 years is the end of time in electronics. Okay. So yeah. All right. Well, that helps me better understand. Oh, so that's why Microsoft won't do it, And I understand that Sony, one of the biggest reasons they've continued to fight against this is to get more concessions out of Microsoft. I understand that as well. And I think Sony, to a degree, has been successful. Sony said that, look, the only time Microsoft is willing to offer concessions and talk to us is when they start to feel the pressure. So you could say that Sony felt the need to apply that pressure to get more out of Microsoft. I get that. But this is where I feel like, okay, we've reached the end of the rope here, right? Like, you've gotten a 10-year contract. They're going to let you, if you want to license it, put it on PS Plus. You probably won't do that. Probably wouldn't make sense to do that. But either way, you're not losing Call of Duty for 10 years. So I do begin to question at what point, honestly, as a fan, I do begin to question at what point, like, Sony, is this really just about you don't want to see Microsoft market Call of Duty? Is this really about losing that advantage? Because if that's really what this boils down to, that is so disheartening to me. I don't want to believe that, right? That seems too simple. That seems too nonsensical. And if that's truly all it boils down to, I have to implore Sony Again, assuming that's what it boils down to, I have to implore Sony, you just bought Bungie. You just bought Bungie. This is where I have to ask the question, like, at what point does your focus shift? Right? At what point does your focus shift about just let it go and prop up Bungie, man? Like, if there's anything that Sony has in their arsenal right now that has a chance. Now, I'm not saying Bungie can make the Call of Duty killer. I'm not saying they can make a game as big as Call of Duty. That's a very difficult thing for even Bungie to do. But if there's anything that Sony has in their arsenal that it's like, look, man, you might not be able to have that Call of Duty brand name anymore. At least you might not be able to leverage that in your marketing. But you have Bungie. Like you can leverage Bungie in your marketing. You know what I mean? Like you can use that. And I just think it's crazy that by now Sony still seems to be, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me read these super chats though. Let me see. Mo, you're saying, remember at one point Sony was going to pay $50 billion for 20th Century Fox. If they'll deem it necessary, you will see them pick up an EA, etc. And that, to me, that is something that we do have to acknowledge, that you are correct. And I think that's a reality. Now, I don't know that Sony, I don't know if Sony, $50 billion, I mean, that would be you're saying it's fake, it's false. Well, I will tell you this. Based off of my understanding with Sony as a company, Sony, if it comes down to it, like I'm talking to the wire, where Sony, you got to make a like, this is a potential sink or swim situation. You got to make the call. If Sony needed to buy a major publisher, they could do it. They could do it as long as they can convince that publisher to sell. They could. The problem with it, though, is in Sony making that type of purchase, it is extremely risky for them. I mean, potentially life-threatening from a business perspective, threatening. If they make a bad purchase on that level, it could sink Sony. It could end them. I know people don't believe this, but if this acquisition of Activision Blizzard doesn't work out for Microsoft, it won't end Microsoft, but it could end Xbox. Absolutely. If 10 years goes by, 5 years, whatever, and it's just like, yeah, we paid $68 billion and this is not working, I don't think that's what will happen. But it's a possibility. It happens in business all the time. You see companies, they make these big investments, and it just is like, wow, that was a bad mistake. That was a big mistake. I know Phil Spencer came out and said that, oh, this isn't like a make or break thing for Xbox. Like, dude, I don't know about that. Maybe that's true. I mean, maybe Xbox will never cease to exist, but it's just people tend to completely overlook the fact that look at how much money they're paying for this. Look at this level of investment. They're going to need a return at some point. And that return, I don't know. I mean, Microsoft obviously crunched the numbers before they made the purchase. They think that return's coming, but it's not a guarantee. So the same exact logic applies to Sony. If Sony makes the decision that we need to take out a massive loan, or we need to find a way to get this money to make a massive purchase for a massive publisher for long-term security, yeah, I mean, Sony would only do that if they felt it truly necessary. Like, we have to do this. This is for the long-term survival. it's still extremely risky. There's no guarantee that that purchase could work out. There's no promise that Sony buying a publisher isn't the exact thing that ends PlayStation. Like, basically sinks them to a degree in which it's like, well, we screwed up. People seem to overlook that reality and that fact that you can crunch the numbers, you can make your predictions, it can all work out on paper. But when you make a massive investment and a massive purchase, there's always the chance that it could end up being a bad move and a bad decision. But the fact of the matter is that it's much more risky for Sony than it is for Microsoft. And that's the biggest differentiating factor here, I think. I think that if you ever see Sony make a play for a big publisher, you got to be nervous. You have to be nervous for Sony, because that is a clear sign that this industry is definitely changing, like absolutely. And Sony is thinking about their long-term survival. So you have to worry about like how much they're paying for that publisher. So, people talk about EA. I mean, look, man, I don't look. I don't know. I don't know about that. That's a tough one, because if Sony were to buy a publisher as big as EA, I would genuinely be scared. I would genuinely be scared, because I would be like, where'd you get that money? First off, because I know they could do it, but it's like, how's this going to work? I need to know how this is going to work. It would be an interesting day if something like that was ever announced. GTA Man 51, you do bring up a good point. You're saying why they know what they're doing better than we do. You're yes, and that's true. You are absolutely correct in that. I would have some faith, certainly, if Sony deemed it necessary to buy like a massive publisher like EA and take out that type of loan and take that type of risk. I would definitely assume that they know what they're doing, that they didn't just do this, like, for example, I remember like a month after Microsoft announced that they they're planning to purchase Activision Blizzard. A month after, Sony announced that they acquired Bungie, and a lot of people were saying that was a panic purchase. And I don't know, like, I don't think that was a panic purchase, because it doesn't make much sense. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody's saying that, oh man, well, Sony got Bungie, so that's good luck, Microsoft. Like, Sony just one-upped you. It's not like that. Like, and I think people need to realize that I think what happened is these conversations between Sony and Bungie were like ongoing. And I think when Sony saw that Microsoft plans to acquire Activision Blizzard, I think that just made it. I think Sony that day was just like, we wanted to try to get more out of this Bungie deal, but now we don't care. Just get it done. Give them what they want. Whatever they want, let them have it. We just want to say that we got them. I think that's what happened. William, you're saying the Federal Bank of Japan's government owns 30% of Sony, and 5 other banks own another 15%. Yeah, that's interesting to think about. MBG, you forget that these publishers have to want to sell. That's true, and that is absolutely true. And I think that's where I do wonder if after this deal goes through, if it does go through, which I think it will, you have to wonder, like, are publishers going to be more open to wanting to sell? EA has stated that they want to sell in the future. Yeah, this could be, this could very well be opening the floodgates, like you said. Yeah, it's interesting to think about, man. Amazon almost got him. Okay, let me see. Disco Cobra 2013, thank you so much for the 20, my friend. You're saying, so how are you enjoying RE4 Remake? I played the demo and loved it. Still have not sat down to play the full game. I have the collector's edition on its way for PS5. Also on PC, the demo was amazing though. Yeah, so right now I am playing Resident Evil 4 Remake, and let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Resident Evil 4 Remake. It's been a long time since I've sat down and played a game that made me feel the way Resident Evil 4 Remake is making me feel. I'm going to talk more about it later, but to answer your question, Disco Cobra, Resident Evil 4 Remake is one of these situations where I had extremely high expectations, and I think I'm like at chapter 3 by now. My expectations were so high for this that I definitely felt I wouldn't be surprised if I was a little bit disappointed and it wasn't able to reach my expectations because they're very, very high. It's surpassing my expectations. You know, it's rare these days that I sit down and play a game where I'm like, oh my god, like this is utterly amazing. Like, I mean, just truly, I'm elated with it. RE4 Remake, I'm on cloud 9 with this game right now, man. I am. Resident Evil 4, I have so many memories with. One of my favorite games of all time. I mean, truly one of the best games ever made. And I gotta admit, like, I was nervous about this remake. I'm like, dude, in my head, there's just an expectation that's so great. I'm afraid it's not. There's no way it can possibly match that, and it is. And it's a rare thing when that happens. So I do have one complaint about RE4 Remake, though, that I will save for later on. But not yet, Wrestling Mark. The conversation's not done yet. But yeah, dude, I look forward to that collector's edition, man. Because if you enjoyed the demo, oh man, the demo really is just a tease of what's to come in this game, and you're gonna have a really good time, man. You are. You're gonna have a really good time. So look forward to that collector's edition. Let me take a sip of water, and I'll continue with these super chats. Okay. Let me see here. New Soul 9. You're saying, I don't believe Sony is going to care for the next acquisition Microsoft makes, unless it's Square or Konami. I personally believe Ubisoft is next. I mean, I'll be honest. Yeah, I absolutely could see Microsoft going for Ubisoft in the long run. Ubisoft wants to be purchased, and that, to me, I feel like that's exactly what Microsoft wants. Like, every time Microsoft looks at a publisher that or a studio that they could potentially buy, the only thing they're thinking is, how would this help Game Pass? And Ubisoft would help Game Pass a lot, just like Activision and Bethesda are. Yeah, I think that's potentially where we could see it end up, because a lot of people have said to me, and I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not well versed enough to really know. I assumed that if Microsoft gets Bethesda, well, they got Bethesda, and if they get Activision Blizzard, I assumed that surely they can't buy another publisher, right? No way. But people were telling me it's actually the opposite. People were telling me that, no, dude, if Microsoft can push this Activision Blizzard deal through, it's actually going to be easier for them to buy more publishers. That's tough for me. Like, that to me, that doesn't hold up very well. Like, I don't know if maybe that's true. I don't know. I feel like logically in my brain, it feels like it should be the opposite. But apparent based off of what a lot of people are saying, that's exactly what can and will happen. And I do think that after Microsoft gets settled in with Activision for a little bit, yeah, Ubisoft's not in a good spot right now. Ubisoft would love to be acquired, and Microsoft has pretty much proven that, like, hey man, when a publishers in trouble, they'll be there to buy them up and put them right in the Game Pass. Fit them right. They'll fit in nicely on. And I mean, look, Ubisoft. That's the question I have, really. When it comes to Microsoft and acquisitions, their whole position with this is basically saying, like, we're not going to make big important stuff exclusive, right? That's kind of the position that Microsoft has taken, and this is the one area with Microsoft and what they're doing and the way they're speaking that I don't trust them. I just don't. And I'm not saying this is necessarily a bad thing on their part, but it's just, I don't trust them because it's like, why would you, it doesn't add up. And what I'm talking about is, like, I do think ultimately Microsoft's goal with anybody they acquire and anybody they purchase in the long run, even if it's 10 years from now, I do believe their goal is, we want to take this off of the competition and put it into Game Pass and our ecosystem, so that eventually that competition will feel the need to have to put Game Pass on their platform. I really think that's their long-term play, because why wouldn't it be? I mean, look, the CMA, they said that the reason why they determined this is not going to be harmful to competition, apparently whatever math the CMA did, again, they're doing math with numbers that we do not have access to. That's important to understand. We do not have access to the numbers that the CMA is crunching. And the CMA did the math, they crunched the numbers, and when they were finished, they were like, "Oh yeah, there's no way." Like that's why they flipped their tune so quick. They changed their tune. They did the math and they said, "No way they're making that exclusive." And that, I will admit, that definitely makes me think, well, if the numbers are that staggering, right? Like if the numbers are that convincing, it does make me think, okay, maybe truly Microsoft does not plan to ever take Call of Duty away. Because I have to ask the question, like, how much money would they lose exactly? Because whatever amount that Microsoft would lose by making it exclusive in the future is enough to make a regulatory body say, "Oh yeah, that's not happening." You're saying these regulatory bodies are all for sale, MBG? Look, I'm not naive, but I don't know. Who knows, right? Who knows? I don't know. See, the thing that gets me here is this. Whatever numbers that the CMA crunched to come to the conclusion that, oh yeah, they're never going to make this exclusive, Sony has access to those numbers. Sony did that math too. So, it just makes me wonder, like, why wouldn't Sony kind of come to the same conclusion? Maybe they did come to the same conclusion. Maybe this really isn't about exclusivity. It's hard to say. Sony has again, they have not really been too communicative lately. But I really want to know what happens next with Sony. That's all this boils down to. For me, that's all this boils down to. I just want to know what Sony, what are you going to do now? I want an answer. I don't know if I'll get one, but I really want to know, because I really hope it's what I hope you'll do. It's what I'm hoping you'll do. I really hope that what happens next with Sony in this whole situation is Microsoft comes out. They have a parade. Okay? It's like they have a dedicated showcase for it. That's how big of a deal it is, right? They put on a whole spectacle. We've signed the deal with Sony has agreed to sign the deal. Okay? And it's look, there will be a certain section of the internet with, the whole fanboy thing where if that happens, Sony took the biggest L in history. You already know how badly they're going to get clowned on. And I'm here for it, bro. Because I will that day be like, thank you. It's over. Like it's just finally over. We can move on. Please take your W and enjoy it. Xbox fans, Microsoft, celebrate it. But I will just be so relieved because it's like, I don't know, man. I think this is just what has to happen. You're saying even Sony fans want Sony to bend the knee because Microsoft has the media. Look, man, it's not because Microsoft has the media necessarily. That plays a role in it, but it's because I just seriously don't know. Like, Sony, what do you think's gonna happen here? That's what I need to know. Like, does Sony really think that now, okay, we've lost the CMA, we've lost the European, we've lost the European regulatory body. Every other regulatory body except the FTC is giving it the green light. So at that point, I just have to ask, like, do they really believe that the FTC is going to win this one? Like, the FTC is going to do it for them. I'm not trying to say the FTC isn't anything. Yes, the FTC matters for sure, but I don't know, man. Saying the FTC is a big one, it's home turf. They want to delay. Let them make their case and let it play out. I agree, Maggie D. You're right. No, look, I am all for that. My whole thing with this, look, Sony, if you don't want to sign the deal, that's fine. Okay, I'll be honest, I'm not convinced that Sony's going to sign that deal now. Because once Sony signs that deal, they are completely removed from the equation. And I think that is why I want them to. Because as somebody who wants it to end, I know that if Sony signs that deal, this conversation is done. I mean, it is over. It's done. And that sounds ideal to me. But I do understand that Sony's probably not going to do that yet. And I also have seen quite a few people saying that contract is no longer on the table. I've seen quite a few people saying that Microsoft should be spiteful and turn around and say, you get nothing, Sony. You will get nothing. And you will... Good day to you, right? But I don't think that's how this works. I think as soon as Microsoft takes that approach, they just proved Sony right. They just gave the FTC the biggest ammunition, the biggest rocket launcher to shoot directly at them in court, right? Like, they just gave the enemy ammunition. So there's no way Microsoft takes that stance. If Microsoft came out right now and said, F you, Sony, no more contract, we're done, then they just gave the FTC, now they have a much better case against... And that's the thing. And it might go the other way as well. If Sony signs that deal right now, they might give a much better case to Microsoft. Hence why they might not sign it. So, yeah, I'm ready for it to be over. I just want to know what Sony's going to do, because if Sony's really going to take this to the end, that's fine. Let the FTC fight it. Let them go to court. Let them battle. But my God, Sony, please just start doing something else. Please stop playing the role of victim and start acting like the market leader you are. Stop acting like you are not a cutthroat business that has done everything in your power to be number one, and you've done it successfully. It's not all bad. It's not all bad. Sony has, I know a lot of people call out Sony for the bad business practices and the things they've done over the years. I get that. Nothing is perfectly clean, but Sony's done a lot of good as well. And the biggest problem I have with this is Sony is trying to make it seem like they don't have anything. That they don't have anything and they don't have enough, and that they're not a market leader. And that's the thing that I'm absolutely over, and I'm done supporting. Sony, you are a market leader. You have dominated. You did kick the ever-loving shit out of Xbox for the past 2 decades. And I'm not saying that I don't understand how it sucks. Where you win, you get on top. You feel like you did it mostly the right way. I mean, you didn't need to buy publishers to do it, right? I understand. You see your competition, they're like, you know what? We're buying publishers now. I get it. That sucks. It feels cheap. But that's business. And this is why it annoys me, because Sony knows this. Sony is not stupid. Sony knows. Sony should have seen this coming a mile away. Surely they did, right? At some point, when in the midst of Sony kicking the ever-loving shit out of Microsoft over the years, they had to have taken a second to think, well, what if they decide to utilize all of their money? What if they decide that they're willing to operate at a loss? What if they decide they are willing to go the extra mile? And this is what does frustrate me about Sony, because it's like you had to have considered that as a reality, as a potential option. And they are now. And that's exactly what Microsoft decided they're going to do. I don't know. It's getting old. It is old. It's tired. It's exhausted. It's practically comatose at this point. Let it go. That's how I feel. Let the FTC battle Microsoft in court. But Sony, I'm sorry, that doesn't mean you have to come out here and continue to make it seem like your entire platform lives or dies based off of Call of Duty. I don't work at Sony, and I'm not a Sony executive, but I can tell you that's not true. And if there is somebody right now at Sony leading the ship that actually thinks that's true, they should probably be reevaluated with their position. If somebody at Sony actually thinks that the PlayStation brand lives or dies based off of Call of Duty, and they have any say in the PlayStation brand, they need to be potentially removed from their position, because that's not true. And everyone knows that. One Punch Jedi says, but MBG, what if it does? Then you know what? If that's true, if that's a true statement that the PlayStation brand lives or dies by Call of Duty, then the PlayStation brand deserves to die. That's the reality. If the PlayStation brand lives or dies based off of Call of Duty alone, then the PlayStation brand deserves to die. And of course, I don't want the PlayStation brand to die. I want the PlayStation brand to live and to thrive. And you know what? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm a fool. But I believe that is a possibility, and that is a reality that can and will exist if Sony just takes a second to realize that, hey man, it turns out that if you make a first-person shooter that's really high quality, really fun, people will flock to it. Okay? And it might not make you as much money as Call of Duty did. It might not bring in as many players as Call of Duty did. But it can grow. And it can do a lot of work for you if you let it. And I understand that from a business perspective, we want to have that and we want to have Call of Duty. That's fine. I get that. But here's the reality, Sony. Microsoft is buying Call of Duty. They're going to let you have it for 10 years. Maybe, I don't know, maybe forever. That seems to be the intention. So rather than, basically screaming about, not screaming, but continuing to take this path where it's like, We need Call of Duty. We need Call of Duty. Look, man. Just make some, just Sony, just move on. That's all I want. That's all I want. I just wanted to move on. That's really all I want. Let me see. Snuffy, you're saying it is so annoying that they didn't even market Burning Shores, but you can get it on pre-order now. It's apparently number 1 on the store sales. I'm over this. Yeah, dude, I don't get it. I'll be honest. I'm at a loss when it comes to Sony. And I don't say that lightly. I am at a loss when it comes to Sony's, like, what they're doing with their studios and their games. I'm not saying that in like a, it's over, it's all downhill. No, not like that. I mean, I legitimately don't know what they're doing. And I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. Like you said, Burning Shores DLC. They're out here saying pre-order this DLC, and here is a pre-order bonus for your DLC. By the way, we're not going to show you any footage of the DLC. I mean, to me, that's a little bit confusing, right? We announced Spider-Man 2 in September of 2021. And we've given you one trailer. One trailer. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, yes, it really has been that long. Now, I don't want to play. Look, I don't want to sound entitled, and I don't want to make it sound like Sony needs to do what I want them to do, but I can tell you, I'm in touch with a lot of the PlayStation fan base, and I see what people are saying, and I feel like, my finger's generally on the pulse. And people, dude, PlayStation fans are getting very restless. And yes, that does. I want to make it clear, that doesn't mean PlayStation fans are out here taking a sledgehammer to their console or selling their console. Okay, that's not happening either. PlayStation fans, like myself, we're still playing games. We're still enjoying the third-party releases. And we're still enjoying whatever Sony is doing, for as minimal as it may be. Yes, I'm looking forward to the Burning Shores DLC. But we are over here looking at Sony confused. Like, guys, it's been over a year and a half since you did a showcase. Like, you're not making announcements. You're not revealing new stuff. You're leaving players kind of in the dark. That has to change. B Flesher, you're saying MBG PSVR 2 is going to massively underperform. Literally no one is talking about it, and it came out last month. Zero marketing. I mean, look, I don't know that I can disagree with that. I really don't know that because you're right. Like, I don't see literally anybody talking about it, or very few people talking about it. I'm a PlayStation channel, and I do see people talking about it, but not as many as I thought. And I feel bad. Well, you're right. Yeah, there was that video from Linus. That was really good. I'm not saying it's going to fail necessarily, but you do have to wonder, like, why the marketing push was seemingly so weak. Right? And I just don't know what's going on anymore. And I think my best guess here is, all I can think to myself is it has to have something to do with this Activision acquisition, right? Like, it has to have at least something to do with that, because that's the only thing that I'm seeing that could make Sony be this weird. That's the only thing that I'm seeing that could make Sony behave this strangely and bizarrely. And that is why I've come to the conclusion that I'm no longer on Sony's side with this, because I'm tired, man. Like, I'm tired of the weird, bizarre behavior. And I guess my greatest fear is that Imagine if Sony's being this way and it has nothing to do with the Activision deal. It turns out that this is just new Sony. This is how Sony is now. That would be like, oh no. Don't tell me that. By the way, guys, do me a favor. Yeah, Steezy Bone, thank you for mentioning it. Please hit that like button for me. Can we get to 400 likes? I'd really appreciate that. Really appreciate. Show your support for the podcast if you're able to by hitting that like button. I think we could definitely get to 400 likes. MBG, you're wrong. They've changed how they are marketing and releasing their games. Shelly, you're saying Jeff Grubb literally talked about this and said that the reason they're quiet is because less is more and their devs weren't ready and they skipped last year. Well, look, to me, that would be better. I hope that's why. That would be better to me. If it really is like, dude, our games are, we have a lot of games in development, but we need more time. I'm cool with that because you know what that implies? That implies that Sony isn't purposely trying to hold back. It means that they actually just need to wait until stuff's ready. And once it's ready, boom, they're ready to go. So that to me is like, okay, that's a great reason. That is a perfect reason. You don't have enough ready to show and you don't want to rush it. Perfectly fine with that. And I hope that's it. I do hope that's why. I want to believe that's why. It's just difficult to believe that when the only things we're seeing are headlines about this acquisition. And every week, this is what's being talked about. You know what I mean? It's hard not to think like, is that why? Is this why? Well, you'll never get an answer, so get over it. Yeah, I guess you might be. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. All right, let's keep it moving here. Hickzock, you're saying, I hope it goes through. I want competitive Sony. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not opposed to Sony losing a bit of market share. If that means that we can get an even more competitive Sony, so be it. I will not be opposed to that. Snuffy, you're saying, who cares? You're damned if you mention it, and you're damned if you don't. It's called opinions. We all have them. We all see things differently. Well put, well said. Absolutely agree. That's why, look, I'm not going to stray away from talking about these topics, because I think they are important to talk about. I think they're very relevant to PlayStation, and to fans. But you are correct. Everybody's going to have their opinions, man. Everybody's going to see things differently. Snuffy, again, you're saying, so in other words, keep it up. Thanks for the news. Well, no problem. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, look, every week that goes by, I tell you, I produce a lot of content on the channel, a lot of news videos. Every week that goes by, I'm always hoping, like, okay, hopefully this week we get some good news, some good PlayStation news, something exciting, something interesting, and that's what that's how I go into each week. Not necessarily in a desperate way, but just, I enjoy making videos and content and doing streams when there's like more exciting stuff to talk about. I think you guys enjoy the content more too. Let me see. William Aglor, you're saying Square Enix already confirmed in their latest financial that Sony will buy partial ownership, like From Software, and they already have deals with Konami. Sony will acquire either EA, Take-Two, Ubisoft, or WB. Well, I noticed that Sony has been getting really close with WB in recent years. So maybe there's something there, But that's a good point. When we think of Sony potentially making acquisitions or big acquisitions, we naturally think, oh, Square Enix, Konami. But you're right. They already have good partnerships, good working relationships with these Japanese publishers and developers. So in reality, they probably don't have to worry about that too much. It really is like the other type of, the other studios, the more Western studios. So, if I had to guess, right, like if Sony were to make a play for EA, Take-Two, Ubisoft, or WB, I don't know, man. I mean, Ubisoft is probably Ubisoft is probably asking to be acquired. They're probably asking Sony to acquire them, but I don't think Sony wants anything to do with Ubisoft because they seem like a dangerous acquisition. WB, I don't know. I don't know how that would work out. Maybe their studios, maybe licensing the IP, potentially. EA and Take-Two, I don't know. Take-Two just seems too big. EA is just as big, though. I think EA is even bigger, right? I don't know, man. We'll have to see what happens. But yeah, Sony having partial ownership in Square Enix or of Square Enix makes sense to me. Max, you're saying Sony told the CMA that PlayStation would not survive if they allowed the deal to go through. We know they are clutching at straws, but dishonesty like that is stuff regulators will remember. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. And yeah, that to me is the worst version of Sony. Like that sucks. That is the type of Sony that I am ready to see just go away. You're saying they never said that? Well, look, it's the implication. Come on, let's face it. Let's face it. Read between the lines, right? Sony is out here making it clear that, hey, man, that this is going to be really bad. Maybe, I mean, look, Sony seems to have taken the stance that this is going to be really bad for the industry as well as them. But I just don't know that I agree with most of the things that Sony's saying simply because it's like, dude, I don't know. You could be right, Sony. Like, Sony could be right, but I'm at a point now, as I said, where it's like, I don't think that you can do anything about it, Sony. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't think you can do anything about it. And rather than focusing on things you can't control, focus on the things you can control. Yeah, I can't blame Sony for trying, but this is where it's like, to me, it's becoming clear this is out of Sony's control, man. Like, this is not, they don't have much power here anymore. You're saying it's bad only for Sony? I mean, I will admit that out of all the different video game publishers and all of the competitors, yes, this definitely probably, in the eyes of Sony, it's definitely the worst for them. All right, let me see here. Miguel, you're saying Sony won't make EA an offer EA won't accept. They'll go to every single competitor with that offer to try to get a better deal. They'll get outbidded 100%. That's an interesting, yeah. That's an interesting take here that I didn't consider. You're saying MBG is so flimsy and wishy-washy. Maybe I am. I mean, hey, man, it's because the reason why I seem so wishy-washy and so flip-floppy and whatnot, it is pretty simple. Like, it's not as deep as I think as some people think. I really just want one thing, and I just want good games and exciting announcements from Sony. And when this is what's dominating the headlines and the conversation really for a long time, it's one of these things where I am going back and forth. With this entire thing, I have been going back and forth because I'm trying to figure out like what is best for the industry, what is best for Sony, what is best for me, and these are all very separate things. But Miguel, oh, sorry, Max. I missed the second super chat from you. You said, I'm not sure Sony, the market leader by far, would get a publisher purchase past regulators without concessions also. I agree with that. I think people are under this impression that if Sony did buy a big publisher, that they would just be, go ahead and do it. No, there would still be scrutiny, but there would be, there absolutely would be concessions. For sure. There would be concessions. And I don't know that they would be bad. I think that they would I think Sony would be fully prepared to, if they made a big purchase or acquisition, like, yeah, we're going to have to probably give some concessions. You know, it'd be so funny though. It's like Sony decides to buy a big publisher, and then Microsoft gives Sony the hardest time in the world. It would be the funniest thing to witness. Actually, no, it wouldn't. That would just be. That just sounds like another nightmare. Let me see. We have. Sorry, Miguel. Just to get back to what you said EA won't accept the offer. EA will go to other competitors and say, "Hey, Sony's offering to buy us for this amount, but maybe we'll consider being bought by you if you're willing to pay a little bit more." And then you're saying that other people will start bidding for EA, and Sony simply won't be able to keep up. I don't know, man. That's that's something I honestly didn't consider. Sony getting outbid, and maybe that is a reality. And that's where, you're saying that's just hypocritical. Well, I'll say this. This is where we also have to consider the other side where Sony doesn't pursue a big publisher. Sony could very well just continue to do what they have done over the years and do what they do best. And I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that. Because to me, that is like, to me, it's not really exciting if Sony announces we're buying a big publisher. Because I know automatically most of those games probably will remain multi-platform. So it's almost like, okay, like not much is really changing. And I also know that it means that Sony probably won't be able to do much else after that in terms of acquisitions for quite some time. So I almost feel like I part of me would rather them, even after the Activision Blizzard thing, just continue to buy smaller teams that you can grow over time, and do what you do, because I will say that that's what Sony has done best is they buy teams, they grow them, and they become some of the most talented teams in the industry. I wouldn't be opposed to that either. And that very well could be what Sony decides to do. Nakamichi, a member for 14 months, you're saying, I wouldn't be surprised if the regulators fight against Sony buying a publisher. Man, wouldn't that be the most... That would be the wildest outcome here, truthfully, to me. I feel like the wildest outcome is that Microsoft gets to buy two publishers. Sony's like, okay, fine, we'll buy our own. And then they get like rejected and blocked. That would be the single, I wouldn't even know how to respond to that. Like, how does that even happen? But yeah, I mean, that to a degree, that is the price Sony pays for, unfortunately, for being the best in terms of market share and winning. But that would be, I don't see how that could happen, because how could it be allowed that Microsoft can just get Activision Blizzard and then Sony's like, well, maybe we'll try to get like Ubisoft. I don't think they would go for them, and then they're like, nah, Sony, nope. It would be pretty funny. I have to admit, that would be pretty funny. Yeah, the internet would laugh hard that day. That would be crazy. Clarence, you're saying the way is clear. Japanese publishers, it would be easy. I mean, partial ownership definitely means something, but I don't know. Maybe Sony will try. Again, it's completely unpredictable, man. The thing I could see Sony trying to do with Japanese publishers more than anything is try to buy their IP, like individually if possible. I feel like Sony maybe has already tried that. I don't know that they'll ever succeed because it's like, why would they relinquish their IP? That's like the most important thing they have. I suspect we will continue to see partnerships. That's what I'm expecting. Strong, very strong partnerships between Sony and Japanese publishers. That's what I anticipate. Lyro, you're saying if Sony buys Take-Two, maybe they spare Rockstar, but sells some or all of 2K/Zynga, like Square Enix did with their Western IPs or studios to reduce the risk. Yeah, that's interesting to think too. Again, just assuming that Sony maybe one day does buy a big publisher like that, they do have the option of selling off what they feel like they don't want or need, and and recouping that money, and like you said, reducing the risk. That is certainly a possibility and an option. Blue Streak 320, you're saying the acquisition floodgates have opened. I wouldn't be surprised if gaming consolidates similarly to the film industry. That could be where this leads, man. That could be where this leads, and that would be, I don't know. I don't know that would necessarily be a good thing. But the future is unclear, as it usually is. Fabrice Paul, you're saying we could not see the numbers, but it was billions lost if they make Call of Duty exclusive. I don't doubt it. I mean, you see how big of a fuss Sony's making over Call of Duty. It is because they make it makes them a lot of money, and that would be money that Microsoft would also be making. And they're spending a lot of money for it, so definitely. Magnum Visuals, you're saying I barely play flat screen games. I'm always on my PSVR 2. I'm going to wait for RE4 Remake and play it in VR 2. It's insanely terrifying. Pavlov is my FPS. That's fascinating to me, man. I can't imagine playing that way. More power to you. I mean, what makes you happy, but that's interesting to me. I wonder if that's what would happen to me if I engage with VR for the first time. I've heard really good things about Pavlov, though. Like, you know what I would wonder is after playing and experiencing a game like Pavlov in VR, I want to know what it's like to experience a game like that and then go back and play a regular like 2D flat screen FPS. Like, is it going to make me feel like, wow, this sucks? You know, like I want to go back to VR. Interesting to think about. And Magnum Visuals, you're also saying, can't Sony use $5 billion or some of that as a down payment for Take-Two? GTA would be the perfect response to Call of Duty. To be honest, I'm not sure. I don't think so. No, I don't. Like, $5 billion is like, I'll be honest, that's like chump change to to like Take-Two Interactive. I mean, Take-Two Interactive would be very expensive. GTA is massive. I don't think Take-Two is going to get bought. I don't think Sony would be able to afford that. I mean, maybe they could, but I'm telling you now. You're saying Take-Two is 20 billion? Oh, okay. Is that where they are? I feel like they would be more than that. Maybe you're right. I don't know if they could do that. Like, I don't know if they could make a down payment. I don't know. That's above my head when it comes to how those types of deals are made. But what I will say is that I think Sony has the marketing rights to GTA 6, guys. I really, really believe that. And I think that's going to be pretty massive for Sony. I really think that. I think that when we see GTA 6 announced, you're going to see the PlayStation logo plastered all over the place, just like we saw with Hogwarts Legacy. And I think that it's stuff like that that Sony may need to continue to rely on. I think it's unrealistic to ever think that Sony's going to own Grand Theft Auto. And it's completely unrealistic to ever expect GTA to be exclusive to a platform. Stuff like that will never happen. It's just not conceivable. And I think Sony, this is where I try to point out that Sony does know what they're doing. They still are implementing viable strategies that will benefit them, that will help them. A lot of people, when they see the PlayStation logo on the marketing for GTA 6, will automatically buy PS5, like a PlayStation 5 to play GTA 6. It will not matter to a lot of people that it's multi-platform. It won't. And I promise you, Sony is also going to continue to get those like I call them like micro exclusive deals for like GTA Online and stuff. And that's going to matter to people, dude. That's going to matter to people. So let me see here. So thank you for that, Magnum. Laman, you're saying Sony better acquire big studios or compete now, or Green Heart. And then you say true Sony were outbid by Tencent for Warframe devs. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't think I remember that situation. It's not because Sony couldn't afford it. It's probably just because they decided it's not worth it. That's probably what they decided. So listen, we are approaching rapidly the 4.5 hour mark of this podcast, and I do have other topics to discuss. Now, the next topic we're moving on to, basically, we're pretty much done with the whole Activision Blizzard topic. It was a long one, but this is a pretty big update, and I'm praying that next week we don't have to talk about it that much. This next topic, though, did create a big stir on the internet, and obviously I got overly worked up about it. I admit, I feel like I got, my blood was boiling more than it should have been over something like this. Sorry, my son's in the background crying and screaming, probably because he's like, please, no more Activision talk. So something that came out recently, I'm sorry if that, I don't know if that's coming through the mic loudly. He's like screaming at the top of his lungs. He does that now. He's reached that age where, I mean, look, anybody who's had children, you know, kids transition from that phase where they cry, and it's pretty loud. Some kids have louder cries than others, but once they become like toddlers, it kind of transitions into just a full-fledged scream, like a blood-curdling scream. And he's like at that point now. You guys are saying you don't hear? Okay, it's hard for me to tell because I hear it extremely clearly, and I'm like, if that's coming through clear as day on the mic, I get worried that maybe you guys can't hear me as well. So, all right. All right, we're going to move on to the next topic. So we learned this week that apparently and I'm not going to spend too long on this topic, a PS5 version of Redfall was in development, and I think the studio head of Arcane Austin did reveal, I don't know if he was supposed to reveal this. It was to me, it seemed like he just talked about it so casually. And Microsoft actually did respond to this. And I actually want to bring that up because I never mentioned this, but Microsoft did respond to the accusations of them, quote unquote, pulling Redfall. Let me see here. So yeah, basically what happened was the Redfall previews came out, and based off of everything I've heard, it sounds like Redfall's looking pretty good. People seem pretty excited for it. And it seems like it's going to be a pretty successful game for Microsoft, if I had to guess. Could be wrong. I think it looks okay. You know, like I kind of like what they're going for. I like the whole co-op shooter, and whatnot. Wrestling, like you're saying, more Xbox topics. No, this is actually relevant to PlayStation, I think, because look, man, I wasn't expecting to learn about this, right? I think a lot of people were not necessarily surprised. The only thing that really surprised me was that the developer just randomly said this. Like, I really would have thought that, like, they were told, like, do not talk about that. You know what I mean? And he's just like, yeah, they told us to cancel it, or however he said it. It was pretty funny. Because I imagine Microsoft was like, oh, come on, dude. Like, why'd you say that? The assumption has always been, though, that Redfall and Starfield had PS5 versions. That was always the assumption. But, you know, it was kind of one of these situations where it's like, well, they never announced it, so we can't really prove it either way. And it's like, yeah, that is true. But so what happened was during the previews, a lead developer or the director of the game at Arcane Austin, they said, look, we did have a PS5 version in development for about a year. I think they said it was in development for about a year, roughly about that. Once they were purchased by Microsoft, a big change happened. They came in and they said, we're just, cancel that version. We're just focused on Xbox, PC, and Game Pass. Again, not the most surprising thing. And I will admit, like, I kind of lost my mind over this, where I shouldn't have lost my mind over it. I should have just talked about it in a more casual way. The reason why I got so annoyed by this is it's pretty simple. Sony has been striking third-party exclusivity deals for a long time. And one of the biggest arguments that the Xbox fan base, as well as anybody who's for the Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal, one of the biggest arguments they've continued to make about why Microsoft should be allowed to do this is because Sony needs a dose of their own medicine, right? Like Sony has been keeping games, paying to keep games off of Xbox for many years, and this is a practice that Sony has actually increased over the years. And yeah, there's no denying that. Like that's a fact. Sony has paid to keep games off of Xbox, and they offer marketing, they offer funding. It's not like they're literally just throwing money. It's a little bit more involved than that. But Sony's not buying and owning these games. And the reason why I got frustrated when I learned about this is because people seem to just be so cool with it, right? Like people were just like, "Oh yeah, there was a PS5 version of Redfall and it got canceled." Well, okay, that's fine. And like that's the part that bothered me about it, right? And that's probably why I got so overreactionary to it, because I was basically, I guess, trying to make up for what I wasn't seeing. I wasn't expecting to see people get like furious about it and be like, how dare Microsoft? The only thing I was actually hoping to see is that people would kind of recognize and acknowledge that, yes, Microsoft did pay to own the studio. Therefore, they absolutely can do whatever they want. Microsoft is well and completely within their right to cancel any PS5 version of any game that after they buy a studio. Sony has the right to do the same thing if they buy a studio. It's yours, you own it. That is ownership. Do what you want. But I just wanted to highlight to people that there was, in fact, a PS5 version of this game that was likely in some type of playable form. Development resources went into it on the PS5, but because it wasn't announced, Microsoft felt comfortable telling them to cancel it to ensure it wouldn't release on PlayStation. You know what I mean? And from my perspective, the point that I was trying to get across is from a consumer level, right? From a gamer consumer level, principally speaking, how is that different? Fundamentally speaking, how is that different from Sony paying for a third-party exclusive? To me, they do basically come off as the same thing. And I understand that people will immediately fight me and be upset when I say, so it seems like Microsoft paid for a third-party exclusive. I understand that doesn't make much sense because that's not true. And I understand that. I got grilled for saying that because people were saying, no, they didn't. They did not pay for third-party exclusivity. You are correct. Factually speaking, objectively speaking, they paid to own the studio to then cancel the PS5 version. That is a fundamentally different thing on paper, right? Like, yes, there's money being exchanged, but they're two different things. I get that. But I guess I do just feel the need to just point out to people that while they are definitely not the same, from your perspective as the gamer, realistically speaking, you're going to get the same end result. You get what I'm saying? That's all I was really trying to communicate, is that the end result for you is probably going to be the same. Because the reality is this. This is the truth. And some people might not agree with it, but I don't know, man. I don't think you can deny this. Microsoft absolutely could have said to Arcane Austin, yeah, just finish up the PS5 version and we'll just release it on PS5. And then whatever you make after that, you won't have to worry about developing for the PS5. They didn't do that. That's not what Microsoft did. Microsoft requested them to cancel that version and stop working on it. And they likely did the same thing for Starfield. And I'm not saying make a huge deal out of this, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying suddenly, oh my God, Microsoft, how dare you? How could you? No. Again, if I was Microsoft, I would do the exact same thing. But this to me presents an opportunity to kind of show people that this is kind of what it comes down to. You know what I mean? Pumpkin Queen, you're saying Microsoft owns them. They can do whatever they want. Who said they couldn't? I didn't say that. No one's saying that. Literally, no one's saying that. The only thing that I'm trying to say, and I can't speak for anybody else, the only thing that I'm trying to say is that this is what it boils down to, people. It turns out that Microsoft isn't trying to play nice necessarily. Microsoft isn't trying to do Sony a favor. Microsoft has every intention of leveraging the stuff that they're buying. And if they feel as though it makes sense, they're going to cancel a PS5 version. And I also want to add to that I think there is definitely something to be said for the fact that this doesn't really help out the messaging. You know what I mean? This doesn't help out Microsoft's messaging in that Microsoft has really tried to make it seem like they don't want to take games away from people. And I get it. We never announced it, so we're not taking anything away. Okay, you're right. You didn't announce it, and you didn't pull it, as they say. And that's what Microsoft said here. Microsoft responded. Microsoft has responded to claims that it pulled games from PlayStation following reports that it didn't want Bethesda's Redfall on PS5. Redfall game designer Harvey Smith told IGN France that after Bethesda's acquisition by Microsoft, its stance was, quote, no PlayStation 5, end quote. Now, Microsoft has responded stating, we haven't pulled any games from PlayStation and that it has, in fact, expanded our footprint of games after releasing PS5 exclusives Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo on Xbox. So here's the full statement. Microsoft says we haven't pulled any games from PlayStation. In fact, we've expanded our footprint of games that we've shipped on Sony's PlayStation since our acquisition of ZeniMax. And the first two games we shipped after closing were PS5 exclusives. We did the same thing since our closing of Minecraft as we extended the reach of the franchise. And so, it's like, yeah, that doesn't help this situation because it is, yes, that is true. Like Sony had 2 exclusive Bethesda games, right? But I think it's worth noting that that's a little bit like it is different because Sony paid for those exclusivity. Like there's a contract that if Microsoft, if they decided that they're not going to honor those contracts, it would basically cause a problem for Microsoft. And Microsoft was like, we don't want that problem. We're just going to release it. And then after that, future, Deathloop 2. I bet you any amount of money, Deathloop 2 will not come to PlayStation 5. We saw that the most recent Tango Gameworks game, Hi-Fi Rush, that thing come to PS5. So if we get a sequel to Ghostwire Tokyo, I doubt that'll come to PS5 as well. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. This is competition, yes. And I have no problem with it. I guess my hope is that people maybe ease up a little bit with the rhetoric and the criticism of, oh man, look at the things that Sony does. Like, dude, this is just part of the industry. I'm not saying cheer Sony on for third-party exclusivity. I'm not saying cheer on more and more and more publishers and, studios being bought. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, maybe just acknowledge that, there were very likely PS5 versions of these games in development that could have released, especially Starfield. Starfield's been in development for how many years now? And Microsoft made the conscientious decision to say, we don't want to release these games on PS5. We want them canceled or not made, and we're going to make them exclusive. And yes, they own them. They can do that. And that's a viable tactic. Buying, owning, making exclusive, that's a viable tactic. But I guess I'm just sitting here trying to communicate that I think in Sony's case, it's also just as viable to strike a deal with a publisher that likely doesn't want to sell their IP or their exclusive games. So that's all. That's pretty much all I was trying to communicate. Shelly, you're saying breaking news. God of War Ragnarok's Tyr voice actor claims, quote, you've not heard the last from Tyr, end quote. What do we think? Huh. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what to think of that. DLC? DLC maybe? Sequel? I don't know. I don't know. Interesting to think though. I mean, I think that yeah, I can see that cuz I don't want to spoil, you know what? I can't talk much about it without revealing spoilers. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Um but yeah, I figured I would just cover that Redfall topic quickly cuz I think we talked enough about that this week. Let me see what. Okay, so another topic I want to move on to now, and I definitely won't be spending an hour talking about it, but it's something that I think is relevant, and I think it's most relevant to the conversation we've been having about, look, we don't know what else Sony has lined up for the year. For the year of 2023, as of right now, we got Forspoken, which seemed to have flopped pretty badly. Next up, we have Final Fantasy 16, which looks like it's going to do really well. And then obviously towards later in the year, we have Spider-Man 2. But some people think that there's certainly room, excuse me, for more games to be released by Sony. And this brings me to Blooper Team. So Blooper Team recently revealed in an interview when talking about Silent Hill 2 that the game is pretty much done. They didn't say that it's 100% complete, but they said they're in the final stage of development where they're basically just polishing and squashing bugs. And that means that the game could go gold in the next couple of months. That's pretty much what that means. So yeah, the game isn't gold yet. It's not 100%, but it pretty much indicates that in the next couple of months, they'll likely go gold. Now, this opens up the window, I think, and the possibility that Silent Hill 2 Remake could end up dropping in 2023. I've seen people say that October would be a perfect release time for Silent Hill 2, and I have to agree. October would be perfect. I don't know that I would want Silent Hill 2 to release in October only because I have a feeling I'll still be in the thick of playing Spider-Man 2 since we know now that Spider-Man 2 is very likely going to release in September. So I would like there to be a little bit more space. But that's the thing here is one of the things that Blooper Team states is that the release time frame is not up to them. The release time frame and the marketing of Silent Hill 2 Remake is completely in the hands of Sony and Konami. So what this does to me reveal is that there's a really good chance that when we see Sony hopefully put on a summer, or I think it'll actually more likely be a spring showcase. That's the thing. If people don't seem to, it's interesting that spring doesn't end until June 21st. So like when we get shows that happen before June 21st, that's actually technically a spring show. So I think it's likely we will get a spring show from Sony. And I think there's a really good chance that Silent Hill 2 Remake could show up. And when it shows up, we could get a release date. And maybe we could get a state of play. I don't know. Would a state of play for Silent Hill 2 Remake be possible? I feel like a state of play for Silent Hill 2 Remake would be like too spoilery. I don't know. I don't know if you could do a proper dedicated state of play for Silent Hill 2 without maybe showing off more than you should, but I certainly expect to get a gameplay trailer, at the very least. I think people are very curious to know. I mean, look, I'll be honest, when I read sections of this Blooper Team interview, they have a lot of confidence in themselves. Okay? Blooper Team has a lot of confidence in Silent Hill 2 Remake. They really think. You're saying Silent Hill 2 is scheduled for 2023? Is it? I don't know. Maybe I missed that. I thought that there wasn't a date or a year attached to Silent Hill. I think the assumption when we saw Silent Hill 2 always was like, yeah, it's going to be a 2023 game. So yeah, I mean, maybe you're right about that. But Blooper Team really seems to think that they are going to do a phenomenal job with Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I hope they do. I hope they knock it out of the park. They're saying that they think future games of theirs, including Silent Hill 2 Remake, have the potential to sell 10 million copies. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That's a bit I think that's a bit hyperbolic. Um and so something else that Blooper Team has revealed in the past is that apparently they're hoping after Silent Hill 2 remake, if it's a success, they can continue to work with Konami on more Silent Hill projects. So I hope they're able to do that because I hope Silent Hill 2 remake is a success. I hope it's actually scheduled to release in 2023. And I hope that if it is a success, Bloober Team can continue to work with Konami. And who knows, maybe Sony will be involved in that to a certain extent as well. So I just wanted to be sure. Again, I don't have too much to say about it because there's not too much to extract from it, but I am confident and hopeful and excited that we do get Silent Hill 2 remake this year. I'm hoping we get a new trailer soon. I do want to see some gameplay. I want to see that gameplay. I want to see if Bloober Team can actually do justice and kind of bring Silent Hill 2 up to that level that we've seen Capcom do with a game like Resident Evil 2 remake. So hopefully that can happen. I now want to move on to what will likely be. Well, actually, there's one other thing I want to mention before I move on to the final topic of this stream. I want to talk briefly about the upcoming Ghost of Tsushima movie. So, for those who are unaware, there is a Ghost of Tsushima movie that is in development. And we don't know when it's coming out. We don't know who's going to be part of the movie. What we do know is that the director who worked on the John Wick series, Chad Stahelski, is helming the project. Chad Stahelski is directing the Ghost of Tsushima movie. And he was recently asked by IGN if there's anything he feels that he learned from the John Wick series that he's planning to bring over to the Ghost of Tsushima movie. Now, first off, I think we can all say that the action sequences are going to be absolutely incredible in the Ghost of Tsushima movie. Again, this is the dude who directed the John Wick series, so I expect it's going to be pretty damn big in terms of action. But one of the things he actually touched on is he basically said that the movie's going to look really, really, really good. And a big reason for that is the color palette. Ghost of Tsushima is one of the most colorful games ever made, in my opinion. It looks incredible. Like, to me, Ghost of Tsushima is absolutely a visually stunning and standout game. And if you're going to make a movie, you have to really lean into that. And he was saying, I forget what he called it, but he said there's basically a technology that they really used for the first time in John Wick 4 to create a certain color palette that he feels really allows the movie to stand out. And he said he was basically saying he's really proud of the coloring of John Wick 4 and that's something he's definitely planning on implementing into the Ghost of Tsushima movie. Now, I don't know, man. I'm really beginning to think that the Ghost of Tsushima movie could be something special because you have a really great director attached to it. This guy sounds very passionate about taking on this project, and it's clear that he knows what he's doing. He knows how to create really, really good movies, really, really good action movies. And I'm very excited, man. I'm very excited about it because I think that, you know, I I love Ghost of Tsushima. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And I really want to see them knock it out of the park. I really want to see them do justice to Ghost of Tsushima in the form of a movie. So yeah, I'm really hoping we can see that at the end of the day. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say about the Ghost of Tsushima movie. I'll obviously continue to keep you guys updated when we learn more about it. But the final topic I want to discuss is Resident Evil 4 Remake, because this is what I've been playing on my PS5. I'm actually going to start off with a criticism. And it's not a major one. It's just I think it's something that's going to be fixed, but I did watch Digital Foundry's analysis of Resident Evil 4 and comparing it all the console versions. And it seems that there's something wrong with the image quality of Resident Evil 4 on the PS5 specifically, where it's clocking in at times at higher resolutions than like the Xbox version. That's not necessarily relevant. What is relevant is that even though it's clocking in at like higher resolutions, apparently it still looks like yeah, it looks kind of muddy and smeared a little bit and blurry. And I immediately noticed this with the demo on PS5, and when I first booted up the full game, I noticed it as well. Now there are multiple settings that you have to turn off to get the clearest, crisp, crispest, most crisp um, image on PS5. You have to turn off the lens distortion. You have to turn off motion blur. You have to turn off hair strands, which apparently something else that Digital Foundry revealed is that hair strands turned on actually looks worse than when they're turned off. And I think, I mean, yeah, and you can choose to play it in resolution or frame rate mode. And honestly, I've decided to play Resident Evil 4 in resolution mode because if I'm not mistaken, like the game, if you're playing in resolution mode with ray tracing turned off, the game is definitely running at a higher frame rate than 30 frames. I've noticed that. It's not capped at 30 frames. And so when you're just trying to get a higher resolution and you have all of the effects turned off, it just it puts it seems like it's pretty close to running at 60. And when I would put it in frame rate mode, it seems like it would stay at a locked 60, which you can feel that difference, but it made the image look too blurry to me. I hate to say this. I hate to say this, but Resident Evil 4 Remake is one of these games that the performance frame rate mode frankly doesn't look very good on PS5. It looks bad enough that I am preferring the resolution mode, and even the resolution mode in my opinion does not look like it should. It doesn't look up to par. And Digital Foundry was saying that it seems clear that there's just something here that's wrong, like a bug potentially, and they might have to patch it and fix it. I hope so, because it is pretty strange to me that if you're pixel counting higher resolutions than say even on the Xbox, but it somehow still looks blurrier, it seems like there might be something wrong here. And generally speaking, the game looks good no matter where you're playing it. It's a good looking game, right? Like it's not interfering with my enjoyment of the game, but I am a little bit let down that I feel like this is a game that I really expected to pop more, to look clearer, to look crisper, right? Sharper than it does. And I'm hoping they fix that. But yeah, you're right. The same thing happened with Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West performance mode did not look good at first on PS5, and it took them a couple months, unfortunately, and that sucked. It took them a couple months to really optimize it and get it where it needed to be and fix the issues. And once they did, it looked incredible. Once they fixed it, the performance mode, in my opinion, looked perfect for Horizon Forbidden West. It looked just as good as the resolution mode. But it sucked for me because I had to play that game at 30 frames per second for the majority of the time, if not the entire game. And this is where I really do start to call into question, like, is this why we're going to need a PS5 Pro? Because, yeah, people will say, dude, it's not the PS5, it's optimization. Correct. It's not that the game can't look better or run better on the PS5 or the Xbox. It's optimization. So it almost seems to me that we might end up getting pro consoles just to basically brute force this type of stuff, you know? Could be wrong about that, but that's my only criticism of the game. As for what I'm enjoying in the game, I mean, what isn't there to enjoy? Look, if you're somebody who played the original Resident Evil 4 and you enjoyed it, maybe it's one of your favorite games, but even if you just enjoyed it, you're going to like this more. I don't think much needs to be said about how good Capcom and their studios have become at remaking games. They really proved they know what they're doing with Resident Evil 2 Remake. And Resident Evil 4 Remake, it's no different. Now, here's the thing for me. Resident Evil 4 is my favorite game in the entire franchise. Okay? I basically retired from Resident Evil after 4. Not willingly. I did it because I remember when I started playing Resident Evil 5, I I really felt like I don't know what's going on with Resident Evil 5, but it just wasn't for me. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't play the whole thing. I started playing Resident Evil 5 and I'm like, something to me, like, this is not right to me. Like, this game, I don't know what it is. I understand why it was the way it was, but for me, Resident Evil 4 was simply the perfect Resident Evil game. It had just enough scare factor, and that's the thing I really want to highlight with this remake is I will say that yeah, there was a lot of goofiness in Resident Evil 4 for sure, but there was this sense of, I don't know, it still maintained that sense of unease and kind of scare factor to a degree. Even though I felt like I can take on whatever it is I need to face, and I'm not like scared in the sense of I don't know if I'll have enough ammunition. It just had this tone to it that Resident Evil 5 simply didn't have. It just didn't have it. To me, Resident Evil 5 was, like we're gonna punch boulders, and I'm just like, what the, I don't know why they made Chris as ripped as they did too. Like, I will admit, when they made Chris Redfield like super jacked, like on roids, that to me wasn't a good move because it's like, I don't know, man. That I feel like I I I feel like now he's too tough now, like look at this dude, like I feel like he can take on anything. He looks physically imposing to a degree in which, yes, I get what you're going for. This guy's a badass. He's a soldier. He's gonna tear through everything. I get that. And I will admit, even in Resident Evil 4 Remake, they made Leon a bit buffer. They definitely gave him, but Leon kind of has that. He definitely doesn't look like he's on roids. He looks more natural. Like he looks believable. Like, yeah, this dude looks like if he punched or kicked somebody, or roundhoused somebody, they'd probably get messed up. But he doesn't look like if this dude gets you in a headlock, he's gonna just rip your entire head off. You know what I mean? Um, to put it simply, Leon does not look like he could successfully punch a boulder. Okay. That's so he's right at that point where he looks like he could definitely do some damage and he looks somewhat physically imposing, but not enough to punch a boulder. But anyway, one of the things I really am liking about Resident Evil 4 Remake is it really does feel creepier, like genuinely creepier than the original, because things just are so much more detailed. The village, the even just the foliage and everything looks creepier. It looks more brooding. It just looks like now that I'm on chapter 3 of the game, it's getting to that point where the sun is setting and it's getting darker, and it's really just that it's right at that point where it's not quite nighttime, it's not quite dark yet, but there's very little light, and I got to admit, it's like, man, this is having a much bigger impact. Like, I'm noticing it a lot more. It feels a lot scarier. It feels a lot more it's making me a lot more uneasy than the original did. And when it comes to the combat, one of the things I was worried about is in Resident Evil 4, you can't move while shooting. In Resident Evil 4 Remake, you can move. And I really was concerned that this was going to alter the overall feel of the gameplay and the combat to potentially a detrimental degree, but no, it doesn't. I don't know exactly why or how, but it feels perfect. Like, it really does. You can't like sprint and shoot or anything like that. But I told you guys that shortly after playing the demo for Resident Evil 4 Remake, I went back and I played a little bit of the original. I went to play the original, and I can confidently tell you that the change they made to make Leon mobile, you can move him while you're shooting, and you can crouch, and giving him just making him more mobile and more flexible. On paper, it might sound like maybe that'll ruin the flow of the game. No, it absolutely has improved this game tenfold, in my opinion. Yeah, being able to parry, being able to do all these different things, it actually genuinely adds to the game, and it doesn't make it feel like it's ruining the flow of the combat. I'm finding that they did alter the enemy movement as well, and that's the important thing to understand is they've altered the enemy's movement to match your new ability to move more yourself, right? To move while shooting. And it's perfect. It syncs up perfectly. Nothing feels unfair. I think the chainsaw dudes, I don't know if they have a specific name, but the dudes with the chainsaw and the bags over their head, very creepy. Um the As I said earlier, the amount of detail that they are adding to these environments where I'm entering areas in the game that I recall from the original, and you're saying, MBG, you could make really good reviews. Yeah, I should start doing more reviews. Maybe I'll start cutting out these sections of the podcast and just labeling them as like my thoughts or previews or reviews. But I remember playing the original and I'm entering these areas of the game and I immediately remember, oh yeah, like this is that section of the game. But there are now details added that were just simply not there. That here's an example, and this isn't a spoiler. At least it shouldn't be. It's not a spoiler, but it kind of so in the original game, you fight at some point later, not later in the game. It's kind of I'm trying to be honest, I've lost track. I think it's like a third through the game or something like that. You fight, and I apologize if anybody sees this as a spoiler. You know what? I don't know. I'm going to say right now, if you are playing Resident Evil 4 Remake and it's your first time playing it, you're going to want to click off for a minute or two because I don't want to spoil it for you. I guess I'm just assuming like I think we've seen footage of this, or at the very least, there's enough footage out there that people know this is a fight and this is an enemy. So here we go. I'm going to let you know now. There's your warning. There's a giant boulder you fight. I'm just kidding. It's not a boulder. I'm just kidding. No, you fight a troll. And it's like the first time you encounter it, it's pretty surprising because you don't expect to be fighting an enemy like that. And in the game, if I'm recalling the original game correctly, this isn't something that you see coming, right? It just happens. Like now I'm fighting a giant troll. It looks like a big troll out of like Lord of the Rings, right? And in this game, I noticed like I'm not at that part of the game, right? Like I'm still kind of a little bit far away from fighting this troll. I think I have another boss battle before I get to it. But there is a room that you enter, and in this room, it's like such a creepy room. And if you guys have played this game, you definitely know what I'm talking about. And as you go further into the room, there's like, there's like fog and mist on the ground and the lighting's not great. There's just like a table in the back with all of these skulls. Some are wrapped up. And in the middle, there's just this giant skull, like this big ass giant skull. Yeah, El Gigante. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, that is creepy as hell. And they let you go up to it and look at it. And on the table next to it, and I'm reading, the stuff that I come across on the table next to it. It's almost like a passage, right? It's not from the Bible, obviously, but it's supposed to be something like that, something religious. And it essentially alludes to this idea that they have experimented on people to allow them to grow and transform into these giant creatures. And, it's adding more to it, but it's creepy because in the original game, there's no, as far as I'm aware, at least I don't remember seeing it, there was no like giant skull to basically allude to something you're going to fight later on. And there was like very little that let you know that this is an enemy you're going to be fighting. And I thought that this was just such a really cool touch. It does add a lot more to the game. It adds to the atmosphere, and it's creepy as hell, man. It's such a smart way to kind of foreshadow something you're going to encounter, but keep it still. Like they don't show you a picture of the troll. They don't show you what it looks like. They just show you a skull, a giant skull. And I think that was really cool. And this is the type of stuff that they're adding to this game that really I think is it just elevates the entire experience. And you can tell like they didn't have to do that. They didn't. They could have just kept it the way it was, but they're like, let's take it the extra step. Let's go the extra mile. And to me, that's when I see that Resident Evil 4 remake is sitting at like a 93 on Metacritic. Absolutely. You're saying wasn't it mentioned in a text file before the fight in the original? Yeah, it might have been. You're probably correct about that. And I will admit, when I was a lot younger playing Resident Evil 4, I wasn't reading much of the text files, so there probably was stuff I missed, and I'm sure some of that stuff will stay the same. But as I said this earlier when I got a super chat about Resident Evil 4 remake, but I'm being genuinely honest when I say that it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've played a game that I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to make it sound like that most of the games I play I don't enjoy, because that's not the case. Most of the games I play I do enjoy. Of course, there is the occasional game where I thought I would have enjoyed it a little bit more, but a lot of the games I play I really do enjoy. But it is rare these days when I play a game where when I have to put the controller down and go do things that I have to get done, I usually don't have that kind of craving where it's like, I really want to just play. Like, I just want to play. I usually feel like, okay, yeah, I got an hour or two of gaming in. I'll go 3 hours, maybe sometimes I'll take a break and, I'll come back to it when I come back to it. No problem. I don't feel that way about Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4, I have this extreme urge. Like, I want to keep playing this game. I'm loving it that much. And it just goes to show that my love for Resident Evil 4 as a game. I mean, I've always loved the Resident Evil franchise. I will admit, I did not enjoy 5, and I played the demo for 6, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I knew 6 was going to be a disaster. And to me, Resident Evil 4 really was like the perfect Resident Evil game. And it truly is one of my all-time favorite games. And I knew it was going to get remade, and I knew when I saw the first trailer, I was like, "Yup, I can already tell this is going to be possibly like the perfect game for me." And it's so good, man. It's so good. I really have to I want to say I really don't know what to expect from Capcom after this. Like, I don't know if they're going to remake 5. I don't know if they're going to decide maybe they'll stop with the remakes. I don't know if they're going to remake Code Veronica. What I fear is that this is the peak once again. Like, I'm reliving the peak of Resident Evil, and I'm afraid that going forward, I'm gonna fall out of this series again. You know what I mean? I wonder what Resident Evil 9 is gonna be like. I played Resident Evil 7 and Village, and I have to be honest with you, I appreciate what Resident Evil 7 and Village have done. But there's something about it to me that it's like I just couldn't get into them. I couldn't get into those games the same way I got into Resident Evil 1 through 4. And 1 through 4 to me, and the Outbreak games, I really enjoyed Outbreak. But Resident Evil 1 through 4 to me is truly like the epitome of the series and what I think of when I think of Resident Evil. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying, because I see people getting defensive. I'm not saying Resident Evil 7 and 8 are bad, or no. Especially, I have to admit, 7 was so freaky and really leaned into the horror. I loved it. Like, I loved those games, but to me there's something about Resident Evil 7 and 8 that are so vastly different, and maybe that's a good thing. They're so different from the original games. And I think that maybe that's just how it is for me, is the Resident Evil series for me was something I grew up with, and 1 through 4 for me is like that is the best of the best. And 5 and 6, like, here's something I'll say. If they decide to remake Resident Evil 5, I hope they make more significant changes to it, because I'll be honest, like, I know that Resident Evil 4, there's ridiculousness in Resident Evil 4. Like, there's a ridiculous nature to Resident Evil 4, and I get that. But I feel like it strikes that perfect balance. It's like, yes, if you think about it too much, it's a bit ridiculous, but it doesn't feel ridiculous. Like when you're playing it and when you're experiencing it, it doesn't feel ridiculous. Whereas, like, I remember when I was playing Resident Evil 5, everything just felt ridiculous about it. And that's what I hope. Like, if they can make changes to Resident Evil 5, I hope a change that they could make if they do a remake for 5 is try to make it a little bit more grounded and scary, because I think that that's really what, for me, RE5 was missing. It just felt like this is like inject the adrenaline shot, over and over again, and high octane nonstop, you know. And I also do very much wonder what Resident Evil 9 is going to end up being. So anyway, guys, I'm going to end the podcast very quickly because I do not want to hit that 5-hour mark. So thank you to everybody who donated a super chat. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You are the lifeblood of this channel. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, and thank you to everybody who tunes in later on. Huge shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the podcast timestamps each week. You're awesome, man. Really appreciate what you do. The community appreciates what you do. I know 5 hours are so close, but not yet, man. Not yet. So, yeah, that's Press X Podcast, episode 153. I will have, regular content coming out throughout the week. So please look forward to that. And we will be here again, same time, same place next Sunday. I hope to see you. And that's it. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Sunday. Until next time, guys, take care. Not hitting that 5 hours, not yet.